sure I've got a copy in my stack of crap somewhere too. You all set?
If they don't have any, then
Need anything?
She wanted to be with you, Lucille. She said first she wanted to be in the auditorium, and then she said, "Oh, where's the moderator?"
Oh, okay.
And I said, "He's."
Yeah, sorry, we needed them for these things. Yeah.
hey, you gotta get here early, Mark.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started as soon as I take a sip of water. Okay, I'm going to try doing this with my mask on just because I want to exhibit good behavior. I want to start off, before I gavel the meeting to order, by just saying thank you to those of you who attended today. These are certainly the most unusual circumstances I could ever imagine having a town meeting. But the fact that you're here today shows that in Westborough we do care, we do what we can, and we're making the best of the situation. I'll also make one announcement. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, Arbor Day came and went in April, and the Conservation Department has a limited number of free blue spruce saplings that are available first come, first served as you leave, or if you wanted to go get one now, today. So they're in a little tube, so it wouldn't make too big a mess, so that's there. So with that said, I'm just going to do an audio check. Auditorium, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, and I think we'll adjust the volume from you when Mr. Masciarelli gets back. Band room, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. In a few moments, we will vote on those two voices as being our deputy moderators. But at the same time, I'm now going to gavel the much-delayed March annual town meeting into session. The Westborough annual town meeting is now underway. For extra safety, it may be best for you to reduce the particulates in the air, to not say the Pledge of Allegiance out loud, but I'm not going to stop you. But I would ask, if you can and if you are able, would you please rise, and on your behalf, I will say the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is behind yourself. I'm looking at it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. I am John Arnold, 251 West Main Street, your elected moderator. To my right, your left, Wendy Mickle, your elected town clerk. Because this is the annual town meeting, we don't have a quorum, so we don't need to have a quorum present. But again, thank you all for being here. And we have a warrant issued way back in February that was duly processed and issued, and we are here in today's annual town meeting to act on that warrant, as is our duty. So I declare the meeting in session. As you can probably tell, this is different this year. We still have the selectmen down to my right, your left, socially distanced, physically distanced. We have our advisory finance committee over here, my left, your right. We have the school committee, my left, your right, a little further back. Planning board over here. The usual cadre of department heads we have sequestered in the other gym because we didn't want to take up valuable seating space. They're going to come and go as they're needed, but they are here and ready to help as we want. I'd like to thank Steve Masciarelli, Mark Stockman, Westborough TV, Board of Health, school staff, selectmen, town manager, and a list of characters that I'm sure I'm forgetting people to help arrange this town meeting in such unusual and difficult circumstances. I'm going to go through the preambles as fast as I can. Let's see. But first, our bylaws require that I nominate deputy moderators who will preside in the event of my absence, or in this case, in the presence of additional rooms where voters can participate. And so it's you, the meeting, that formally elects those moderators. I just recruit and nominate. I am nominating Lisa Blazejewski, 2 Treetop Park, and Benjamin Gold of 1 Eric Drive for this post. They have been briefed and are prepared to serve. And so here we get to use our special COVID-19 voting slips so I can get a sense of how easy it is to get votes. So I am nominating Lisa Blazejewski and Benjamin Gold. If you are in favor of this, please raise your voting slips. I remember to look to my left. If you, okay, pose down. Anyone opposed? Unanimous here in the gym. How was the vote in the auditorium, Ms. Blazejewski?
Appears to be unanimous, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. And Mr. Gold, vote in the band room?
Is also unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay, so unanimously elected Lisa Blazejewski and Benjamin Gold. Ms. Gold and Mr. Mr. Gold and Ms. Blazejewski, will you please rise? I'll pretend I can see you. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that having been elected deputy moderator, that you will faithfully and impartially perform the duties of this office, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve, and I'll assume that you'll quickly go back to being seated. We now have to deal with the admission of non-voters requesting to be on the floor so they can participate if necessary. In this case, a majority vote is required. I have received 2 requests from Deb Houlden Engvall and Eric Engvall. They are the owners of 30 Belknap Street, which we will be discussing in Article 13. They have asked to be present so they can answer any questions if necessary in Article 13. Are there any objections? If you're willing to allow these voters to participate on Article 13, please raise your voting slip. If you are, put them down. Anyone opposed? Seems unanimous here. Ms. Blazejewski in the auditorium?
We have a majority in the auditorium.
What was that?
We have a majority in the auditorium.
Majority, okay, thank you. In the band room?
It was unanimous.
Okay, so a majority vote. Ms. Houlden Engvall and Mr. Engvall will be permitted to sit on town meeting. I'll let you know they are in the auditorium, and they will be permitted to speak if necessary on Article 13. I'm going to skip over a bunch of stuff now. I do want to thank you all for being here. I'm skipping over many of the pleasantries, but there are a few that I want to go over. I mostly want to go over, if you've been following along the slides, some of the key changes. Thank everyone for being here. The key point we have is that if at any time you have question of procedure, there's something you're trying to accomplish and you don't know how to do it or have a question, if you're in the auditorium here or in the band room, you may call out point of order and I will address it. I also want to let people know, because I know it's a question that's come up, the setup of this town meeting has been done under the supervision and in consultation with the Board of Health, the Health Director, the Selectman, the Town Manager, and many, many people, and I just wanted to let you know that we meet or exceed all of the recommended safety safeguards and procedures, and that's why we're having this town meeting. And for people who have questions about why, when other groups are being asked not to meet in numbers of this size, why can we? And I'll let you know that, a reminder history, that the town meeting is the town's legislative body, and the governor's executive order specifically excludes legislative bodies from the restricted numbers of 10 or 50 or whatever it is this week. So with that said, I've been informed that and advised that we're all set to go. If at any point somebody has a question about any of these safeguards, the Health Director and the Board of Health are here, and I can point you in them if you have any of those questions. You'll notice that I've been talking, we have multiple rooms. We have the auditorium, the band room, and in here. Every voter in any room has equal chance to participate and equal chance to vote. For safety concerns, we're having no roving microphones. When I ask if anyone wishes to speak, they can raise their voting slip and I will recognize people in as fair an order as I can in each room. And when I recognize you to speak, you can go to the audience microphone. It's one of these 2 here in the middle, and there's one at the floor in the auditorium, and there's one in the band room. If you're unable to get to a microphone, or if you would prefer not, in your bag there is a 3x5 card and a golf pencil, and I've quickly misplaced mine. You may write your name and address down on the card, raise your hand as if you wanted to speak, and in place of speaking, either myself or one of the volunteers will come get your card, and one of us will read the question on your behalf. Since we can't see what's going on in the auditorium or the band room, I'm going to ask everyone, both in this room and all rooms, that if you do speak or if you write a card, before you start speaking, please give your name and address clearly so the town clerk or the clerk assistant can correctly record who is speaking. Deliberation will be as normal. However, in the COVID-19 spirit, I'm going to ask that speeches be 2 minutes. I sometimes give 2.5 or 3. Hang on. Presentations are going to be limited to 5 minutes. If it looks like the voters would be better informed, but more than 5 minutes, I'll make an exception, but I think we can stick to that. The plan is, it's going to be too difficult for us to have to sanitize the room, so my plan is to start and keep going. However, I realize it's warm in here. If you need to go to the bathroom, the usual bathrooms are open. Use social distancing. Please wash your hands. And also, if you just feel you need to get out for somewhere for cooler air, Please try to get as quickly and as carefully maintaining distancing past people, and feel free to go out in the hallway, go outside, come back in and show your voting card. It's not that you're being held captive here. I understand that some people just may need to get a break every once in a while. Just please keep your masks on unless you're taking a sip of your water and or having a snack, and we're going to do that. So just when in doubt, just be careful. If we have to take a count, we're going to do it as quickly as possible to save money, and because it's extraordinarily short notice for us to figure out how we were going to set all this up, we're doing regular voting, no electronic voting this year, and we're going to see if we can get by without a count. But if we do, either the deputy moderators and the clerks, or the moderator and the clerk and I will quickly count and report the count. Again, if you have any question about procedure, you may say point of order at any time. And let's turn off and mute our cell phones. And I've been informed by the safety staff, because we're all spread out, if for any reason a fire alarm goes off, please carefully and quickly exit the building and use your judgment about whether your safety is better balanced between social distancing or just getting out of the building. There are clearly marked fire exits in all of the rooms, and we hope that doesn't happen. Any procedural questions? Seeing none, we move to Article 1. Article 1 got taken care of last Saturday, June 13th. I'd like to recognize anyone who was ready to serve, and I'd like to recognize those who were elected. And on behalf of we won't do our usual, laundry list, but on behalf of the town meeting, Westborough's legislature, I'd like to thank everyone for their commitment to the townspeople of Westborough, whether they were a write-in, whether they were elected, or whatever their point was. And most of all, thank you to the voters who did turn out and vote. We now move to Article 2. Article 2, do we have a motion? Ms. Hensley, you may use the microphone. So just so you know, this microphone mostly for speed purposes, Finance Committee over there, selectmen, presenters, and then audience microphones. Over here, Ms. Hensley. Ms. Hensley.
Jody Hensley, 39 Arch Street. I move that the town vote to receive the reports of the various officers and committees, and that the report of the Advisory Finance Committee be acted upon by item under the various articles of the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. This is our standard motion every year to receive the reports. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask all those in favor of receiving Ms. Hensley's motion to raise their voting slip. Okay, down. Anyone in opposition? See no opposition in here. Report from the auditorium.
Majority in favor in the auditorium.
Okay, report from the band room.
No objections from the band room.
Okay, so we have a majority vote. In that case, let me just say, the written reports are found in your town report, probably found in your packet. If you didn't get a bag, you can get one later. And although I think it's only fair that we recognize that, as in all years, even in light of COVID-19, I would like to just take a moment to indicate that this report is dedicated to those former employees, elected appointed officials, and volunteered who died in 2019. So if you are able and comfortable in doing so, join me in remembering and celebrating their service to the town. And may we also use this moment of silence to amplify the moment of silence and the vigils around town for all those who've been affected by COVID-19 and the other recent events, and hope that we as a people can effectively settle our differences, and as we say in the Pledge of Allegiance, with liberty and justice for all. So thank you to those noted in the report: Joan Antonio, James Ballard, Charles Fay, Priscilla Federici, Jane Cruz, Rita Lee, John Matson, Donald Marcone, Joseph Orlando, Charlotte Spinney, Milton Steen, and James Wilworth. Thank you all. The people of Westborough are grateful. Please be seated. At this time, I want to thank Wendy and the town clerk, our town clerk, and everyone else involved for getting that list together. I'm sure there's people who've been left off, but please know that we, the voters of Westborough, think of you and thank you. At this point, we'll hear a brief oral report from the Advisory Finance Committee Chair. Ms. Hensley, did you have some remarks you wanted to make to help guide us through this annual town meeting?
Jody Hensley, again, 39 Arch Street. Hello, I'm your chair of the Advisory Finance Committee. I'll keep my comments as brief as possible, as I hope we all will today as we move through a most unusual annual town meeting here in 2020 during this COVID-19 pandemic, which has changed the way we live both privately and publicly. Our expansive 3 pages of comments are in your book, but in summary, I will say that the AFC did its job twice this year, preparing for a regular town meeting in March, and then once again for an extraordinary town meeting today, June 20th, 2020. For context, what you see in our report and recommendations today represents total AFC recommendation expenditures that are $5.3 million lower than what we were considering in March, representing a 2.5% decrease for FY21. And that's because total non-tax levy revenues are $4.5 million lower than we expected in March, or a 13.31% decrease in estimated revenues. So the tax levy, the resulting tax levy after the work of the town leaders and the AFC and the Board of Selectmen is that we held steady at $81.46 million, or a 3.42% increase. So with over $5 million trimmed from the budget in the last 3 months, and with several long-planned projects continuing, we held the average house tax bill at a 4.6% increase, which is the level that we deliberated to in March. And you'll see that we have voted to pass over 20 items on this annual town warrant, and we have recommended deploying $750,000 in free cash reserves to reduce the house tax in the coming fiscal year. This response represents using rainy day funds during a very rainy fiscal season. By our recommendations, you'll see that the Advisory Finance Committee has given a full vote of confidence in the actions taken by the Westborough leadership on this warrant, and in the vigorous paring down of departmental budget requests during this historic 3 months under difficult and unprecedented circumstances. These steps taken will leave us and our house in good fiscal order, and our municipality reserves at healthy levels and within the Board of Selectmen's fiscal policy ratios. It has been an honor to complete this second year of my term as your chair of the Westborough Advisory Finance Committee. I have gained new appreciation for the responsiveness of our town leaders in a time of crisis, and in my colleagues in service on the AFC. Thank you for coming out today. Your actions today will leave the town on stable footing as we move forward into fiscal year 21. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hensley. I'll also remember, I didn't say, at each of the microphones there are some sanitizing wipes in a wastebasket. So I think to be extra safe, what we're going to do is just ask people when they finish speaking, wipe it down, and then for extra cautions, if you're going to speak, wipe it down. The reason I'm not doing it is that I'm the only one doing this microphone, and this is my personal microphone and mic stand from home, so I'm taking my chances with myself. With that said, we're now going to hear the typical state of the town on behalf of the selectmen from Town Manager Ms. Williams, and I will just make a point that this is going to be part presentation and part explaining a motion that's coming up, so it may run a little bit over the 5 minutes, but it's sort of doing us double duty. It's a state of the town, and it's also explaining a motion that's expected to be made when she's done. Ms. Williams. And I will say, if anybody because we have the wipes, if anyone feels more comfortable, or if the audience feels that they can understand people better, if they take off their masks because we have the wipes, and if there's nobody sitting right in front of you, the speaker can take the mask off. So if anybody feels it would be better without the mask, or if the speaker feels more comfortable, feel free to take it off. Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Christy Williams, and I'm your town manager. I'm going to try to move through this presentation quickly. Unlike my typical state of the town, I'm going to focus more on the budget as it was going to be presented at the March 28th town meeting, and the impacts of COVID relative to the budget that's in front of you today. This slide here just shows sort of a chain of events. So you'll see that in the end of February and beginning of March, both the Board of Selectmen and Advisory Finance Committee had approved the budget that was intended to come before you at the March 28th town meeting at 4.35% increase. Shortly following that was the declaration of the state of emergency, as well as the stay-at-home order. Understanding the financial impacts of that on our economy and specifically our state aid, We went through at the end of March, and we looked at what the possible impacts on our revenues would be, as Jody alluded to in her statements. We looked at that again a month later because we were watching, as everyone else was, everything constantly changing, knowing that the impacts on the economy would not stop as soon as we had hoped, and definitely planning for the phased-in reopening and then the possible resurgence in October. Following the identification of new estimated receipts, we went back to our budgets, both the town and the school did, and we made 2 rounds of cuts in our budgets. These cuts we know will impact operations and services in fiscal 21, but certainly the responsible thing to do going forward. In the beginning of June, the Board of Selectmen, the school committee, and the Advisory Finance Committee all approved the budget that's going to be before you today. This slide here just shows the increase that we were going to present to you at the March 28th town meeting, that 4.32% increase, with the average single-family tax increase being the $457. When we started looking at state aid, we initially had only looked at a potential reduction of the estimated increase related to the Student Opportunities Act. About a month into the pandemic, we received guidance to go back to our 2008 reductions in state aid and apply them to today's numbers. And so the budget before you today estimates a shortfall or a reduction in state aid of 11%, or almost $1.4 million. In looking at the impact on our local economy and our local receipts, we estimated that we would see the largest reductions in motor vehicle excise tax, hotel motel tax, meals tax, and investment income, for a total estimated reduction in local receipts of $1.8 million. Our total shortfall that we were estimating today in our budget is just under $3.3 million, and if we did nothing with our budgets, the average single-family tax bill would increase $864. Obviously, understanding that this was not sustainable for the residents, the Finance Committee, the town and school departments, and the Board of Selectmen came together to reduce the budgets and address that impact. The town departments made reductions of just over $600,000, the school department just over $700,000, and then a shared cost reduction of $1.1 million to reduce our budgets by almost $2.5 million. This left a remaining shortfall of $770,000, with an increase to the average single-family tax bill of $554. I'll briefly run through some of the reductions that we made. Both the town and the school looked at positions that are currently vacant and put forth a hiring freeze. So some of our positions that are vacant have been zeroed out for FY21. These are absolutely positions that we feel we need for town operations going forward, but we think we can sustain it for the fiscal year upcoming. We reduced training and travel. Obviously, those were impacted by COVID. We eliminated hazardous waste day, which is a $20,000 budget item. We removed the 3 additional police positions, which we were implementing as part of our staffing study implementation plan. Reduced overtime, annual maintenance, OPEB funding to 0. The Board of Selectmen and town moderator stipends were funded at 0, and we found one-time alternative funding sources. So you'll see that in March of 2020, our salary increase was 5.79%, and our expenses were 3.6% increases to the FY20 budget, and the budget before you today has a 2.73% increase in salary and a reduction by 0.09% in expenses on the town side. The school department, again, did very similar things in looking at their budget reductions. They reduced staffing, they implemented hiring freeze or deferrals, they changed their substitute reduction, training and travel, supplies, technology, looking at facilities and equipment deferrals, and finding one-time limited alternative funding sources. So they reduced their increase from the 4.31% that we would have seen in March to 2.97% today. So our total estimated budget increase went from 4.32% in March to 2.18% today. Understanding that there was still that estimated shortfall, that gap, that $770,000, we made a recommendation, which we don't make typically, which is to use free cash to offset our operations to get us back to that $457 increase to the average single family. In looking at our free cash, we also wanted to protect our reserves. So we are also recommending that warrant articles be passed over that were originally put on the warrant as free cash appropriations. We had intended to come to you in March with $2.1 million in free cash requests. Today you will have $403,000 before you in free cash requests for warrant articles and $770,000 for budget offset. So you can see here that we've also reduced our use of free cash at this town meeting in order to maintain our reserves, understanding that the COVID-19 pandemic has not ended and there are several things that we still do not know. This article, or this slide, shows all the articles that we intend to pass over. The ones that are in yellow we won't see again. Those are, we have found alternative funding sources or the selectmen have decided not to pursue. So in looking at our budget and responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, our total reductions and deferrals equal just under $6.6 million. So the budget before you today has an estimated increase to the average single family still of that $457. So this slide here shows the increase to the average single family since 2010. And this slide shows the average single family tax bill compared to our data dashboard communities. It's important to be clear today about all the things that we don't know. Typically we come to you in March and we have very good estimates of our local receipts based on previous quarters and previous fiscal years. We also have good estimates of state aid based on the governor's budget that comes out. We don't have that today. Obviously COVID-19 is completely unprecedented. And the financial impacts are unknown. The length of time that it will impact us financially is unknown. So we expect to come back in the fall and be talking about the budget again, which is something that we don't typically do. We know that we hope to have state aid numbers in the fall. We expect that the state will have a budget in September. We don't know the length of the pandemic or the possible resurgence and the actual economic impact. One of the things that people have asked us about is the availability of COVID-19 grants. And so we are pursuing grants for our COVID-19 expenses, but right now those are just reimbursable grants. We're not sure, and they're debating at the federal level whether or not they'll allow us to use that money for revenue offsets. However, we also don't know what it's going to cost Westborough to open schools in the fall. And so there are a lot of unknowns, and we expect to come back to you in October with more information as it comes out from the state and federal levels. The good news is that Westborough is in a very strong financial position. Because we don't typically use our reserves to offset operating expenses, we do have healthy reserves compared to other communities. You can see here that we still have over $10 million in free cash. We have over $3 million in stabilization funds, which equal about 14% of our operating budget. I'll leave you with my last slide, which is the town's vision for our community. Westborough, a vibrant, inclusive, safe, attractive, connected, and engaged community for a lifetime. I will tell you that your department heads have been working very hard to work towards this vision, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I want to thank them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Okay. Ms. Marshall, would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to take the following articles or sections of articles out of order and that each be passed over. Mr. Moderator?
Yes. Ms. Marshall, you want me to read the list or do you want to offer
Let me just give that brief intro at the bottom and then
I will read the list. I mean, I just want to explain why we're doing it, and then you can read the list.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay. I'd just like to explain for old-time voters, we're going to do this list like the budget, where we're going to ask if any item wants to be questioned, and if so, we'll take those separately, and we'll act on any just to facilitate the process on any that are unquestioned. We'll act on them as a block. So after Ms. Marshall makes some remarks, I'm going to go through the list of articles or pieces of articles that are proposed to be passed over, and I'll explain the procedure after Ms. Marshall makes her remark. Ms. Marshall.
The town reevaluated the need for these articles at this town meeting in light of the estimated financial impact of COVID-19. These items are proposed to be passed over, and some may be considered at the October town meeting or other future town meeting. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. So again, what I'm going to do now, just procedurally, is you'll see there's a long list here. This motion is to enact a Westborough bylaw which says we can take these articles or pieces of articles out of order if there's a 2/3 vote. There was a motion made in conjunction with that, that if it passes the 2/3 vote, we pass over the article. The effect of passing over an article is that the town meeting is decided to take no action on it. And so the things that are passed over could come back at a future town meeting or maybe not. It would be up to what the future warrants are. So just let me explain. I will read each article and what it relates to. If you have an objection to bringing it forward and talking about it now, or if you have an objection to passing over the article because you think it should go forward at this town meeting, after I read each line, please say question, and I will acknowledge, or a deputy moderator will acknowledge that they heard it. I'll then move through each line, and then we will deal with the block that are unquestioned, and then we'll deal with each questioned item individually. So again, this is a motion to move these articles out of order and act upon them now, which means that as we go forward with the rest of this town meeting, if we get to an article or a piece of article that we pass over, we don't have to essentially take a further motion because we will have acted on it right here, right now. So with that said, if you do not want to move it forward, or if you don't want it passed over, just say question and we'll take your question. Article 5B related to restocking Sandra Pond. Article 6, July 4th block party. Article 7, Lake Chauncey treatment plant. Sorry, Lake Chauncey treatment. Article 8A, utility truck replacement. Article 8B, infrastructure data collection by the DPW. Article 8C, 10-wheel sander replacement, DPW. Article 8D, backhoe replacement, DPW. Article 8E, generator replacement at the sewer pump station, DPW. Question about the sewer pump station. 8E, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you. Article 8F, sewer grinder installation at the pump station. Article 8H, F-350 utility truck with plow, DPW. Article 8I, renewable energy study, DPW. Article 8J, command vehicle replacement, fire department. Article 8L, self-contained breathing apparatus replacement, fire department. Question on 8L. Article 8N, parking lot and curbing repairs and maintenance, schools. Article 9, replacement of 2 one-ton dump trucks, DPW. Question on Article 9. Article 10, T-mower at Country Club. Article 11, request to fund internship opportunities, selectmen. Article 12, kindergarten tuition-free funding, school committee. Question on Article 12? Article 14, land acquisition and parking lot construction, 9 Grove Street, selectmen. Article 16, town water system improvements. I'll check with the band room first. In the band room, were there any questions that I didn't already acknowledge?
No, there were not.
I'll check with the auditorium. Were there any questions that I didn't acknowledge?
No, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. In that case, let me just make a note here. I heard questions on 8E. I heard a question on 8L. I heard a question on 9. And I heard a question on 12. Is that correct? Anyone question? Okay. With that being said, for the articles that I read and on the list, sorry, yes. Yep. Can you just give your name and address just for the, that's good. Thank you, sorry. Yes, because I will, there were some changes made after the printing, but so just ask your question, then we'll have the Finance Committee and myself address it.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. Can you clarify Article 14's status? Are we the...
Well, do you want, I think right now the procedure, you want to question Article 14 so you can hear on that?
Was Article 14 part of this original list that you called out?
Yes, Article 14 was not questioned, but if you'd like to question it, I'll add it to the
No,
list.
I'm good then. Thank you.
You're all set. Okay. Yes, Article 14, I think, was a late addition.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Ms. Hensley.
I would just like to clarify, to use the printed warrant that you received in your bags today. We posted the draft, the next to the last draft warrant. That was what was on the website, and it was proofed 6 more times. So this is the one that's going to have all of the changes made from the March draft. So please use your paper copy. Thank you.
Okay, so let me run down this just so we get it right, because we're trying to save a lot of time later by taking a little time now. So I have questions on Article 8E, 8L, 9, and 12. And we're all set with 14? And the band room and the auditorium are all set with that list of questions, correct?
Yes.
All right, with that said, any debate on the unquestioned items? I assume not, since they should have been questioned. With that said, your action requires a 2/3 vote. This action is to both move those forward, move those articles forward, and a motion for those moved forward to be passed over. We'll take up the 4 that were questioned immediately after this vote. Those in favor of moving forward and passing over the unquestioned items, please raise their voting slip. Take a quick look. Okay, down. Anyone opposed? I see no one opposed here. Any opposition in the band room?
No.
Any opposition in the auditorium?
No.
Okay, so it is unanimous that the unquestioned items have been moved forward and the town meeting just took action to pass them over. We now turn our sights on Article 8E, where we have a motion to move forward and pass over. So this is the generator replacement at the sewer pump station. Sir, once again, could you state your name and your address and ask your question? Wait a second. Steve, can we turn that mic up a little bit, please? Thank you.
Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. In reading the description of this replacement, it mentioned what the possible risk was for that generator failure. And I'm wondering what the town liability is if that were to fail, if sewage backup was to occur and affect homeowners. The fact that we are choosing to pass over this knowing that this is a need, does that expose the town in any way?
Okay. So the question is, I don't know if Mr. Payant or someone from the DPW, but Mr. Payant's coming over. Let me do this first, though, before we get into this. Just because we're getting into deliberation about the motion to pass over, I guess, can we separate out the vote so we know it's questioned? Does anyone have any reason why we can't move it forward and vote and debate on this now? I will entertain debate strictly on whether the rationale to essentially deal with these now to move forward, and then we'll actually act on separately on the motion of whether we should act on it or pass it over. So is there any discussion just on objections to moving it forward to talk about it now? With that said, let's just vote on a motion to move forward the discussion of 8E. Those in favor of moving forward and debating that, please raise your voting slip. Any opposed? Seeing none. Any opposition in the band room?
No.
Any opposition in the auditorium?
No.
Okay, with us, so now we have moved Article 8E forward, and now we will entertain, there is a motion to pass over, and I understand the gentleman, I believe it's Mr. Hyde from Adams Street, just wants to hear the rationale of the risk of passing this over. Now, Mr. Payant, if you would like to, just so you don't have to play clean the mic, if you'd like to come up to one of these microphones, Mr. Payant, you may. Mr. Payant, our DPW Director. Mr. Payant.
Good afternoon. Chris Payant, Director of Public Works. So we supported the movement of that article to the October town meeting, and I understand what the words say in the book, but from a practical standpoint, We're comfortable with the equipment that we have right now and that it'll sustain us till October. So we don't see I don't see a significant risk if we delay for 3 months until October is my point.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? I'll just ask, just try to get in the habit, if you could just wipe down the microphone after you're done, both of you. If you could just, there's a wipe down on the floor. I'll go with the auditorium. Anyone else want to discuss pro-con, ask questions about passing over Article 8E having to do with the generator replacement at the sewer pump station? I see no discussion here. Any discussion in the auditorium?
No.
Any discussion in the band room?
No.
With that said, your action is now a majority vote. We have a motion to pass over Article 8E having to do with the generator replacement at the sewer pump station. All those in favor, please raise their voting slips. Any opposed? I see no opposition here. Any opposition in the auditorium?
No.
Any opposition in the band room?
No.
Okay, we'll declare that a unanimous vote. Article 8E has been passed over. We now move our attention to Article 8L, self-contained breathing apparatus replacement on the fire station. Let's just keep doing this in two parts to keep the process clean. I will ask if there's any discussion on moving forward Article 8L so we can deal with it now. Anyone have any discussion, reason to not move it forward? I see no discussion here. Any need for, oh yes, sorry. Yes, sir. You'll be recognized. If you'd like to speak, please address the microphone. Name and address first, please.
Dan Hagenson, 12 Forbes Street. Speaking as a citizen and not an employee of the town, I would propose the original motion and the warrant on this.
So you're making a position that we should just take it up at Article 8 in the warrant when it comes up? Okay. Wait a second. Steve, could you turn this microphone up a little bit? Or is it switched off? Hang on. I'll just stand at social distance. Are you asking for it to be dealt with later, or do you not want to pass over?
Do you not want to pass over?
Don't want to pass over. Have a preference? I'm just trying to figure out. Right now, we're talking about a motion to move the article forward and talk about it now. We're not going to. There'll be a separate vote on whether to pass over. Do you mind if it's talked about now?
I would like to talk about it.
You would like to talk about it? Okay. That's separate. Okay, that's separate. But you don't mind when it is?
That's fine.
That's fine. Okay. So we have a gentleman. We have a gentleman who does not want to see Article 8L passed over, but he does not mind if we move it forward and talk about it now. So let's just continue on the motion to move the article forward. Article 8L, I haven't seen any objection to moving it forward. Any objection to moving forward in the auditorium? What was that? Was that no, Lisa?
I'm not sure. Was that a vote? Okay. No objection.
Steve, could you turn that up a little, please? Can you say that again, please, Lisa?
No objection in the auditorium.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. From the band room?
No objection to moving it forward.
Okay, no opposition to moving it forward. So just to be clear, our action right now is strictly on bringing Article 8L forward, so we talk about it right now. When you raise it, please, if you're in favor of the motion to move the article forward to now, please raise your voting slip. If you are opposed, I see none. Any opposition from the auditorium?
No opposition in the auditorium.
Okay. Any opposition in the band room?
No.
Okay, so that is a 2/3 near unanimous or unanimous vote. We now have a motion to pass over. I'm going to let the two gentlemen who have already acknowledged speak. So Mr. Hyde, did you have a question about the motion to pass over? And then we'll take the other gentleman. And if you're standing at the microphone and if you want, you may take your mask off, just speak into the plexiglass and clean it off. But if you think we can understand you, go ahead and speak. So Mr. Hyde, I will recognize your question first.
Thank you, Michael Hyde, 42 Adams. My question here is to understand more what the risk to the firefighters is given their current inventory. I get concerned when I read things about how equipment is out of spec or out of compliance, and I just wanted to understand what the risk to our firefighters is with not fulfilling this now.
Okay, so there's a question about the risk. So Article 8L, so that was fire department, I believe. So Chief Purcell, would you like to come up and address the question? You can use either microphone. So we will let Chief Purcell, Fire Chief, answer that, and then I will get back to the gentleman here.
Good afternoon, Patrick Purcell, your Fire Chief. Thank you for asking this question. So it was my decision to move the article ahead, which we were slated to do in October, or to pass over for today. And the reason is that from the time we started capital projects up until the original date of town meeting, as the town manager spoke of in her earlier statement, there were several grant opportunities that presented themselves. Our fire department, in an effort to save taxpayer dollars, has applied to FEMA through an Assistance to Firefighters grant. That application is done and submitted, and the funds in that grant need to be expended prior to September 30th. I feel, based on what you just said about 6 NFPA additions out of spec, I feel we have a very high probability of receiving that award, and if that's just something we can do, our air packs technically expire in December, so if this is something that we can do to save taxpayer dollars and get 90% of this article funded through FEMA, that's something we'd like to take advantage of. So really, that's where we sit today.
Thank you, Chief Purcell. Would the other gentleman like to speak, or did that answer your question? It's your choice. You're all set? Okay. All right, we've had the questions addressed in the auditorium. Any in the gym, any questions in the auditorium?
No.
Any questions in the band room?
No.
Seeing no further discussion, your action comes on the motion by Ms. Marshall to pass over Article 8L. All those in favor, please raise their voting slip. Okay, all those opposed? I see one or a handful, or just a few opposed. Auditorium?
No opposition.
No opposition. Band room?
No opposition.
Okay, so we have that being a majority vote, nearly unanimous, just a handful in opposition. Let me just make a note of that. Okay, our next questioned item came on Article 9, having to do with the replacement of 2 one-ton dump trucks. May I ask who had the question? Yes, can you feel free to clean off a microphone and ask your question? I think that's Mr. Flynn, but I'm bad enough with faces, let alone masks.
This is Pete Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Road.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
This article has to do with buying dump trucks where there's 80% funding from a Volkswagen settlement of a lawsuit. I wanted to discuss and ensure that we are going to buy these eventually so that we get the 80% coverage of the cost to the town.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dunbeck. My apologies for misidentifying you with the mask on. First of all, I'm going to break this into 2 pieces too. So, Mr. Dunbeck, do you have any opposition to moving the article forward?
Is that no opposition?
Okay, so let's do this in 2 pieces as well. So, Mr. Dunbeck's question is more about whether the right timing is to pass over this now. But we're now entertaining questions about moving the article forward only. Is there anyone here who wants to speak against or moving the article forward? I see none. Anyone wishes to speak about moving the article in the auditorium?
No.
Does anyone wish to speak about moving the Article 9 forward in the band room?
No.
In that case, this action comes strictly on moving Article 9 forward so we can discuss the proposed motion to pass over. This is only to move it forward. We will then have discussion about the context and content of Article 9. All those in favor of moving the article forward to now? Raise your voting slips, please. Any opposed? I see no opposition to moving the article forward. Any opposition in the auditorium?
No.
Any opposition in the band room?
No.
Okay, we declare that a unanimous vote to move forward. Therefore, our action now comes on Article 9 itself, and we have a motion to pass over from Ms. Marshall. Mr. Dunbeck, would you just like to again restate your question, and then we'll get it answered?
The article as drafted was to purchase some dump truck, which would be using 80% of the funds would come from the Volkswagen diesel settlement. And I wanted to ensure that we do not pass over this and then lose access to those at a future time, so that the intent is to bring this back at a fall town meeting, or I'm not sure when the settlement fund terminates, but I want to ensure that we don't lose those funds.
All right, so Mr. Dunbeck wants clarification to make sure the town doesn't lose the opportunity mentioned in the article information about a grant. Mr. Payant.
So Chris Payant again, DPW Director. We've identified other funds to pay for the 20% that the town owns to complete that grant, so we can stay on the timeline that we need to get those trucks and meet the expectations of the grant.
Okay, Steve, if you could just, next time, if you could just raise the volume of that up a little bit. Hang on, just try to keep your distancing. Just if you could increase the volume of that mic for us. Mr. Dunbeck, did you have a quick follow-up?
I just wanted to make sure I understood. So to confirm, we are planning to continue with the purchase process, and the 20% that the town obligation, we've gotten a separate funding source, so therefore it's not needed to be approved at this town meeting. Excellent.
Mr. Payant?
Yeah, I said yes. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions on Article 9? We have before us a motion to pass over. I see no further questions here in the gym. Any questions in the auditorium?
No.
Any questions in the band room?
No.
Okay, with that, since there's no further deliberation, our action comes on a motion to pass over, which is to take no action. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of passing over, please raise their voting slips. Any opposed? I see none. Opposition from the auditorium?
No.
Opposition from the band room?
No.
Okay, that is a unanimous vote. Article 9 is passed over. Our action now comes on the questioned item, Article 12, which is on the kindergarten tuition-free funding. Let's just keep the process flowing. Is there any discussion about why we should not move the article forward to talk about it now? I see no discussion and objection to moving it forward. Any objection or any discussion about moving forward only in the auditorium?
No.
Any objection to moving forward from the band room?
No.
In that case, our vote comes on moving Article 12 forward to talk about Article 12 right here, right now. Please raise your voting slip if you are in favor of moving Article 12 forward. I'm really glad these voting slips are bright pink. Anyone opposed? I see no opposition. I see one or two in opposition. I see a handful in opposition. Any opposition in the auditorium?
No.
Any opposition in the band room?
No.
In that case, we move Article 12 forward with a 2/3 vote, almost unanimous, a handful in opposition. I saw 2 in opposition, maybe 3. With that stated, our action now comes on Article 12. Article 12 having to do with tuition-free kindergarten. If anyone wants to ask a question, please address the mic. I'm recognizing a woman here in the gymnasium. If it makes you comfortable, please feel free to clean the microphone with a disinfectant, and then we'll get answers to your questions. Lisa and Ben, if there's anyone who wants to speak, feel free to get them teed up in your rooms, and I'll call on you after we get the question from the gym. Thank you. Your name, address, and question, please.
My name is Daniela Carrigo. I'm at 7 Westminster Way. And my question probably cannot be answered today, so I'm going to ask it to be given in writing. I have 2 children who will be entering kindergarten this year. They are Mexican and Indian. They have almost 0% chance of ever having a certified educator who will reflect them. According to the Massachusetts Department of Education data, Westborough Public School students are 47% of color. Administrators are 100% white, and teachers are 98% white. Prior to agreeing to the funding or more money for the school department in any form, I request in writing a salary percentage by race and ethnicity breakdown for administrators and also for teachers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So that sounds like it's specifically a request for the school committee that they can take offline, but Ms. Bach, there's okay. So all right. So would anyone like to at least address what's the status of the tuition-free kindergarten? If you don't want to, you don't have to. But. So that was it. Just to let you know, procedurally, that was a question to the school committee, and Ms. Bach will sort of take that under advisement as the superintendent. And Ms. Bach will now give us just a quick rundown on the motion to pass over.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street, Superintendent of Schools. We are requesting to pass over this article because we were able to leverage funds from this year's transportation that was unexpended to absorb the majority of the $808,000 that was being requested for the stopgap year until the additional funding comes through Chapter 70 the following year. So similarly to how you heard the DPW speak of some alternative funding options, we were able to mitigate this article and cover it with those savings, thus allowing that to remain in free cash to help the offsets to the budget revenue issues we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. So any discussion from the auditorium?
No.
Any discussion, anyone risking discussion from the band room? Is the band room still on? Steve, can you run into the band room and just to make sure? While we're doing that, I'll just make it clear.
Sorry. No.
The woman who asked the question.
But, Mr. Moderator, sorry, no opposition here.
No, okay, just while we do that. Okay, thank you, so no discussion. The woman's question was heard. It's a question really for the school committee and the school superintendent. It doesn't have to be answered, as I like to tell people can ask the questions, but they don't have to be answered directly here in town meeting, and they can take it under advisement. So the only motion we have before us on Article 12 is a motion to pass over. We've said there's no further discussion. Those in favor of passing over, please raise your cards. Those against passing over, I don't see any. Any opposition to passing over in the auditorium?
No.
Any opposition to passing over in the band room?
No.
That is a unanimous vote to pass over. Article 12 has been passed over. Thank you for your patience with that. By having dealt with that all in one block, it should make the rest of the meeting go a little more smoothly. We now turn our attention to Article 3, prior year's bills with Veterans Services. Do I have a motion? Ms. Emery, if she's here. Mr. Hashmi, sorry.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hashmi.
So before I begin, good afternoon, friends and neighbors. I would like to thank our town moderator and our town clerk and our staff, as well as all of those, including the members of the Board of Health, the Board of Health staff, and all those down departments that helped prepare this meeting. Much more importantly, I would like to thank all of you for coming and participating during these times that try us all. The fact that you are here gives certainly me great hope that ours is a resilient town and that we will all get through this together. So with that, Mr. Moderator, I vote to transfer from free cash and appropriate the sum of $3,700 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Hashmi.
So the Veterans Department has an outstanding bill from June of 2019 for burial services. The payment of this bill requires a vote of town meeting because it is from a previous fiscal year, i.e. fiscal year 2019. This bill will be fully reimbursed by the State Department of Veterans Services.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? As Mr. Hashmi mentioned, because this is a prior year's bill, it requires extra special action of town meeting. It actually requires a 4/5 vote, and that's just to put a little extra notice of the fact that it is a prior year's bill. Other than that, it is a normal motion. Any discussion or deliberation on Mr. Hashmi's motion to transfer from free cash? No questions in the gym. Any questions in the auditorium?
No.
Questions in the band room?
No.
All right, when you raise your slip, all those who are in favor of Mr. Hashmi's motion, please raise your voting slip. Look to my left, look to my right. Any opposed? I see none in opposition. Any opposition in the gym? I'm sorry, in the auditorium?
No opposition.
No opposition. Any opposition in the band room?
No opposition.
In that case, it is a unanimous vote, which of course is more than 4/5. Thank you very much. We now turn our attention to Article 4. Ms. Hensley. Oh, wait a second. Let's get your microphone. Try. I think Steve turned it up. Go ahead. No, you just try that one. Steve, can you get the Finance Committee microphone?
There you can hear me.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Jody Hensley, 39 Art Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate such sums of money as may be necessary to defray the expenses of the several town departments for the ensuing fiscal year, and that each total read by the moderator be considered a separate motion made for each of the line items making up the total in the column marked FY21 AFC recommended budget. I further move that the sum of $770,000 be appropriated from free cash to lower the tax rate. I further move that the sum of $401,105 be appropriated from the Capital Improvement Fund towards costs of the FY2021 debt. And I further move that the following sums be appropriated to operate the Country Club enterprise: $385,000 from enterprise revenues, $65,896 from Country Club retained earnings, and $39,563 from the tax levy, for a total FY 2021 Country Club budget of $490,459.
Just want to make it clear, retained earnings, not retail earnings, so that's a typo that will be fixed and has been fixed. So that was a typo and it's been fixed in the actual motion. So for those of you who are regulars at the town meeting, you now know I get my, my vision with mask occlusion reading exercise. The way we did that questioning of the passing over, we're going to do that here. The way we process the budget here at our town meeting is that I'm going to read each of the non-total, non-grant, non-state aid and funds. If you want to question any item and have it brought up for more specific discussion, say question. And then when we're done, we will take up all the unquestioned items in a block, and we will discuss the questioned items one at a time. As Ms. Williams mentioned, don't be surprised that the first couple are zeros, because the selectmen and I, because of these tough times, have agreed and suggested that our stipends be reduced to 0 for this fiscal year. So anyway, if you have any question and want further discussion of any of the items I read, please let me know. Just holler out question. Moderator salary and wages, 0. Moderator expenses, 0. Selectman town manager elected salaries and wages, 0. Salaries and wages, $435,451. Expenses, $59,200. Finance Committee, salary and wages, $3,831. Expenses, $2,000. Finance Director, salaries and wages, $200,754. Expenses, $430. Assessors, $254,870. Expenses, $30,208. Treasurer Collector, salary and wages, $260,688. Expenses, $34,650. Legal expenses, $102,500. Information technology, salaries and wages, $220,752. Expenses, $353,650. Communications, $54,609. Central purchasing, expenses, $85,140. Town clerk, salary and wages elected, $105,340. Salary and wages, $138,644. Expenses, $12,900. Election and registration, salary and wages elected, $2,000. Salary and wages, $35,600. Expenses, $44,000. Conservation Commission, salary and wages, $127,299. Expenses, $13,325. Planning Department, $159,755. Expenses, $5,550. I heard no questions in the gym on that page. Any questions in the auditorium?
No.
Any questions in the band room?
No.
We move on to the next page. Due to an editing error, there is no title on the top of this first line item. It is the Zoning Board of Appeals. Board of Appeals, salary and wages, $4,570. Expenses, $2,376. Economic Development, salaries and wages, $0. Expenses, $4,100. Building and Grounds, salaries and wages, $193,960. Expenses, $224,825. Insurance, $13,250,874. Police Department, salaries and wages, $3,645,326. Expenses, $237,000. Fire Department ambulance, salaries and wages, and this one is going to be different than what's in your book, and I'll explain in a moment. Salary and wages, Fire Department ambulance, $4,658,281. That is an increase of $20,000 over what's in your book. It was a change in recommendation voted earlier this morning by the Finance Committee. Yes, like to question that?
No, just as a correction, the expense line for police should be $237,090.
Did I read it wrong?
Yeah, you said 237 even.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
My
you.
glasses. Okay, let's go back. Police Department expenses, $237,090. Okay. Fire Department ambulance salaries and wages, $4,658,281. That's 5.8. That's a $20,000 more in your booklet. Expenses for Fire Department ambulance, $420,000. Building Commissioner salaries and wages, $411,810. Expenses, $11,900. Weights and measures, expenses, $2,650. Animal control, salaries and wages, $56,578. Expenses, $5,916. Assabet Regional Vocational School, expenses, $778,313.
Question in the auditorium, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. All right, so we have a question on the Assabet Regional Vocational School. Thank you. Department of Public Works, salaries and wages, $1,898,349. DPW expenses, $704,300. We don't do trust funds, vote on trust funds here. DPW Snow and Ice, salaries and wages, $189,636. DPW Snow and Ice wages, $484,000. Electricity expenses, $304,965. Sanitary landfill, $691,315. Health Department salary and wages, $305,917. Health Department expenses, $16,850. Council on Aging, salaries and wages, $325,974. The only thing I heard questioned on that page so far is the Assabet Regional Vocational School. Any other questioned line items from the auditorium?
No.
Any other questioned items from the band room?
No.
Any additions here in the gym? Okay, on that page we have questioned the Assabet Regional Vocational School. We'll come back to that. Continuing with Council on Aging expenses, $26,200. Youth Commission, $224,901. Youth Commission expenses, $5,500. Veteran Services expenses, $98,078. Trustees of Soldiers Memorials, expenses, $2,800. Library salaries and wages, $873,036. Library expenses, $295,700. Recreation, salaries and wages, $199,662. Cultural Council, $4,500. Historical Commission, $13,248. Salary and wages, Historical Commission. Expenses, $760. Debt expenses, $11,807,825. Country Club Enterprise, salaries and wages, $6,559. Expenses, $483,900. Sewer Enterprise, salaries and wages, $824,602. Expenses, $388,198. Debt, $652,642. Wastewater treatment plant, salaries and wages, $16,632. Expenses, $5,145,200. Water enterprise, salaries and wages, $695,022. Expenses, $2,144,550. Debt, $1,205,731. Question on water enterprise debt. Thank you. Westborough School Department, $54,374,549.28. Okay, the questions I heard in the gym on that page were water enterprise debt. Anything else in the gym? Yeah, here. Anything in the auditorium?
No.
Anything in the band room?
No.
No. In that case, so far, I have questions on two items, the Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School and the water enterprise debt. So we will take those two things, the Assabet Vocational School and the water enterprise debt, up separately. Right now we are voting on the motion made by Ms. Hensley and the numbers read by me. Sorry, was there a question? Yes, Mr. Shea. Yes, what did you want to question? Wait a second, so that's back on the first page. So salaries and wages of selectmen, that's the 435,000 number that I read? Okay, so we have a question on Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, salaries and wages. So there's three things under question now. My understanding before we vote, three things under question. Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, salaries and wages, Assabet Regional Vocational School, and water enterprise debt. We are now taking a vote on all the budget items except those three, and then we will take those three up individually. All those in favor of the motions made except for the three that are questioned, please raise your card. Your action requires a majority vote. Any opposed? I see none in opposition. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
Okay, from the band room?
No opposition.
Okay, so for the unquestioned items, just got to make a note here. Unquestioned, it's unanimous. At 114. Okay, 114. Let's start from the first page. So this is essentially selectmen, town manager, salaries and wages. Mr. Shea, please feel free to clean the microphone and then ask your question. We are discussing back on the first page of the budget, town manager, Board of Selectmen, town manager, salaries and wages. The motion is $435,451. Mr. Shea. Wait for the mic to be turned up, please. Okay. Name, address, and your question, please, Mr. Shea. I can't hear you. Wait a second. Can somebody get Mr. Masciarelli? No. Tom, can you come up to this one? Can you try this one? Well, have you? Oh, here comes Mr. Okay, here. It's a race. That's okay. He was dealing with the other one. Mr. Shea. No. Steve, can you turn this one up? Front. Just aim up and speak, Tom. Get closer. Can you get closer? Okay.
Okay, now? Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Tom Shea, Cross Street. The only reason I'm like to get a little more explanation on this before we vote. It seems like the amount has gone up 2 years running quite a bit, so I would just like to know the justification.
Can you just move a little closer? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. All right. Is that better now? Okay. Okay, sorry about that. The only reason I'm questioning this is it seems like it's gone up quite a bit 2 years in a row, and I'd just like an explanation before we vote on it, the amount of increase, especially since it seems to be quite a larger percentage than all the other, most of the other line items. Thank you.
So Mr. Shea's question is the amount seems to have gone up quite a bit for 2 years, and he's looking for an explanation for why it's gone up. So I think I'll let you answer the question.
So the reason that it's gone up so much since FY19 is that in FY19 there was only one person in the position of the assistant town manager and interim town manager, and that was myself. So for 10 months you were only paying one person for 2 jobs. In FY20, in this fiscal year, we hired a new assistant town manager. We hired a new assistant town manager who came to us with experience, who is making more than the previous assistant town manager. And then I also, my contract is more than the previous town manager. This budget also pays 2 administrative assistants in our office.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any further questions from the gym? Any questions from the auditorium?
No.
Any questions from the band room?
No.
Okay, our action comes on the Finance Committee motion for Board of Selectmen Town Manager salaries and wages of $435,451. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Any opposed? See a small number in opposition. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
Report from the band room.
No opposition.
Okay, well, that is a majority vote, a few in opposition. Thank you very much. Let me just check back to my notes. Our next questioned item was Assabet Regional Vocational Schools. May I ask who had the question?
Questions in the auditorium, Mr. Moderator?
Okay, yes, can you just ask the voter to identify themselves and ask their question?
Dominic Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road.
Can you wait a second? Hang on, Mr. Caprioli. Can you turn the microphone up a little bit, please, Steve, so we can hear a little better? Try again, Mr. Caprioli.
Dominic Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road.
Mr. Caprioli, thank you.
My question is faceted, as is my analysis of things. The Assabet Valley budget has, over the 3 years, presented in the warrant, changed from 661, 100,000, 551, 748, 778. I'm guessing that there's a difference in the population in these 3 years, but I'm looking for a constant in order to make comparisons. In order to make comparisons effectively, one needs a constant, one needs a baseline. I don't see a baseline presented in these figures. A baseline to me would be something like the per pupil cost, and then of course that would produce a budget reflective generated by the number of pupils. So what I'd like to know is, from the representative, is there a constant we can work with, like the per pupil cost? Secondly, what is the population changes over the course of these 3 years? And thirdly, more importantly, and most importantly to me, how does the expenses that we incur at the Assabet Regional Vocational School, which I am totally in favor of, how does that help us with the Westborough School Department budget by possibly decreasing the number of students in the Westborough School Department budget? And what is their contribution in regard to the total educational expenses, either positively or negatively? It's a nuanced question, and it deserves a nuanced summary of answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. So I got a few questions. We have Mr. George, who is our elected representative to Assabet here. Mr. George, if you heard the question, I can try to summarize, but if you'd like to address the questions Mr. Caprioli raised, you have the floor.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. I'm Westborough's representative to Assabet Valley Vocational School Committee that I've served on for the past 28 years. Basically, the way school systems work, money equals kids, kids equal money. We had an increase of students from, where's the number? We went from 27 students to 44 students, which basically drives the budget. What the side note is, the operating expenses that would have been $22,872 was reduced to $22,437 because the school committee voted to reduce the 4.15% increase to 2.17% increase, which put about $600,000 back in the budget. We got that money out of our E&D line, which basically is excess and deficiencies, which is usually a rainy day fund in case something happens over the course of the year that wasn't budgeted. But we felt we could withstand that because we had enough in the budget to be able to give some back to the towns and the cities. Our budget is by far the most mechanized budget in the state. We tend to be much lower than any other school around. We measure to be much lower than any other vocational school around because we keep it as close to the bone as possible. There have been years where we had a 1.75% budget or a 2.5% budget. And there are some years when the population increases, unfortunately or fortunately for us, the school budget has to increase as well. And that's where the money comes from. Everything else has been held relatively flat, except for the rise in number of students and what those students cost. Now, in detail, all right, the budget is an open line item budget. Anybody, if they want a copy, can simply come to the school and see the line item budget. We basically try to hold the line at keeping things as flat as we can, but we do operate 18 companies, factories, 18 different shops and professions, and the cost of those materials go up every year. So if you're doing welding, you got to buy steel. You have to buy welding rods. You have to buy the things you need to be able to produce a certified welder. The same thing goes through with if you're in a wood shop, you need to buy material. And all those prices, while they were flat for a couple of years, have started to go up, and you see that in the budget. So that's where those numbers come from.
Thank you, Mr. George. Any questions? Let's see, we'll keep the circulation going. Any questions here in the gym? Any questions in the band room? Any further questions from the auditorium? You want to make one more point, Mr. George?
One more comment.
Mr. George.
The state requires a minimum contribution for every student that you have, and Assabet operates at just barely the minimum contribution level. To go lower than that would be in violation of the state finance and the DOR and the Board of Education rules. So we're actually operating at near the state minimum contribution level based on the number of students and the programs that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Any further questions from the auditorium?
No.
Questions from the band room?
No.
Questions in the gym? Our action comes on the motion for Assabet Regional Vocational School expenses of $778,313. All those in favor, please raise their voting slips. Any opposed? Report from the auditorium?
No opposition seen.
From the band room?
No opposition.
I believe that was a unanimous vote. We now turn our attention to the water enterprise debt. Hang on, let me review that. Mr. Bain, while you're getting ready, feel free to clean down the mic. We had a question on water enterprise debt. The moved amount was $1,205,731. Mr. Bain, I believe it is.
Yes, Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. Actually, my question has to do not with that particular item, but it was the only way I could get on the floor, which was regarding enterprise funds. On page 4, on the revenue and expenditures estimates, we have
Can you just move a little to speak more closely into the mic? Thanks.
Okay, better. We have a cable TV enterprise budget item, expenditure item of $300,000. That's not listed in the budget, And I think it's also reflected in the difference between the total recommended expenditures on page 18, versus total recommended expenditures on page 6. Do we need to vote that? Or add it to our list here?
I'm just going to come closer. What was your question?
Okay, if you look at page 6, all right, in the expenditures, all right, fourth one up from the bottom, there's cable TV enterprise, 300,000. Okay, we have water, et cetera, other enterprise funds on that same grouping. If we come to the whole budget that you've just gone through, there is no cable TV enterprise line. Or it's not even in the book, yes. And whether we need to vote it, which I believe we do. And that would also explain the difference in the totals. If you look at page 6, once again, the FY21 total is $119,442,000. If you look at page 18, it's $119,148,000, and that would be about 300. Understood? Thank you.
Well, I hop back to my home. The question seems to be whether there's anything missing or whether there needs to be a vote on the cable TV enterprise. That was 5D, okay. That will be handled under Article 5D that we'll be coming to. Yeah, it's a regular recurring account, so thanks for, it's coming up, so thank you. So no question on the no question on the water enterprise. That was just a placeholder for that question, Mr. Bain? Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Bain. We'll try in future years. We'll try to make that more clear so we get that. So, turns out the question was more about procedurally something coming up on 5D. Any other questions on water enterprise debt? I see none in the gym. Any questions in the auditorium?
No.
Questions in the band room?
No.
With that said, your action comes on the motion for water enterprise debt of $1,205,731. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. All those opposed? I see none. Report from the auditorium?
No opposition.
Report from the band room?
No opposition.
It's a unanimous vote. We have a budget before the end of the fiscal year. 10 days to spare. All right. Now I flip over a lot of blank pages in my booklet. We now turn our attention to Article 5. Article 5, we have moved to pass over a number of these things. Do I have a motion from Mr. Hoshman? So if any of you arrived late, the reason why you're going to hear 5B not in the motion is that was passed over earlier by action of this town meeting.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Hoshman.
Article 5 is the regularly recurring articles. I move that the town vote to approve Article 5, Section A, C, and D, and that the town vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $250,000 from free cash, transfer and appropriate $50,000 from water retained earnings, transfer and appropriate $50,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 5A, to raise and appropriate the sum of $7,250 for the purpose of Article 5C, and to raise and appropriate through the Cable TV Enterprise Fund, which Mr. Bain referred to, $300,000 for the purpose of Article 5D as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Hoshmi. Any commentary?
Yes, so these are the articles that the town meeting votes on every year. This year the town has added tuition reimbursement to this article. Section A are the reserve funds which are set aside for unplanned expenses, with $250,000 in the general fund, $50,000 each in the water and sewer funds, and the funds are under the Advisory Finance Committee's control. With regards to Section C, tuition reimbursement, this tuition reimbursement is to meet the town's obligation under the collective bargaining agreement and personnel policies. And then Section D, which is the cable TV we just talked about, this article seeks to fund the fiscal 2021 cable TV budget, which is comprised of funds received from Westborough TV on behalf of the town from cable licensing agreements between the town and cable providers. This article of note has no tax impact to the residents. It's simply a mechanism to allow these expenditures to be recognized on the town's financial records.
Thank you, Mr. Hoshmi. Any discussion in the gym? Any discussion in the auditorium?
No.
Any discussion in the band room?
No.
Your action comes on Mr. Hashmi's motions regarding Articles 5A, C, and D. Section B was passed over earlier. Your action requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise their voting slips. Any opposed? I see none opposed. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
From the band room?
It's unanimous.
It's a unanimous vote from all three rooms. It is a unanimous vote. Article 5, Parts A, C, and D are approved. We now turn our attention to Article 8. For those of you who joined us a little late, Articles 6 and 7 and much of Article 8 has been previously passed over by action of this town meeting earlier this afternoon. So we now move on to the parts of Article 8 that have not been passed over. Do I have a motion, Mr. Edinburgh?
Yes. I move the town vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $65,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 8G as printed in the warrant, to transfer and appropriate the sum of $85,000 from free cash and transfer and appropriate the sum of $210,000 from ambulance reserved receipts for the purposes of Article 8K as printed in the warrant, and to transfer from free cash and appropriate the sum of $65,000 for the purposes of Article 8M. The town continues to use a priority-based system of rating requests from all departments with respect to capital improvement and capital replacement. Projects are rated as they relate to public safety, infrastructure needs, efficiency of services, legal requirements, public support, personnel impacts, service impacts, and administrative needs. All projects are rated on a scale of 0 to 5 by each member of the committee and consolidated for each of those criteria, and then are sorted by the highest priority to lowest priority, and then funded consistently with the town's fiscal policies. The town's fiscal policies, in summary, is to fund capital replacement at between 1% and 1.5% of the operating budget. The plan as presented is 1.07% and is funded through reserves. So this has no impact on the tax levy.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Again, for those of you who may have joined late, the reason the action is only requested on 8G, 8K, and 8M is that the other parts were passed over previously when the town meeting voted to move those forward and to pass them over in a block. Do we have any discussion about Mr. Edinburgh's motion in the gym? Yes. Please feel free to come up to the microphone and identify yourself, name and address. Please feel free to clean the microphone. In the meantime, while that person gets ready, I will let the people in the auditorium and band room know if they have anyone who wants to speak to, please position them and I'll come to you next. But right now we have a voter in the gym. Just give us a second for the traditional cleaning of the microphone.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Hi,
Carol. Just as close to the mic, yeah, thank you, right in front of it, thank you.
Yep, Carol Hagenson, 12 Forbes Street. I have a question regarding 8M, regarding the cruisers, which I understand has been changed from 4 to 1. But I still just have a comment on this. I know sometimes that as citizens we miss decision points in town, but I'd like to, I don't know if who is able to see this, but I'll flip around for the camera. I'd like to show 2 pictures of police cruisers that have been in town. This is police.
If you turn around and come up there, they might be able to get the camera to zoom in.
So these are the police cruisers. This one is the police cruisers that we had 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
Okay, so
these are our current police cruisers.
Okay, so she's showing a picture of the older cruiser that had a white door and the newer SUVs that have black doors. Okay, with that context, your questions, please. Yes.
Thank you. So my question is, and I know I'm recognizing a lot of faces here that were present for the Black Lives Matter vigil and solidarity event that we had a few weeks ago, and I think a lot of us are becoming aware that that militarization of police forces is one of the things that has a negative impact on the safety of people of color in the communities. So I'm not standing here today to say, oh, I don't like this, I don't think it's pretty, I don't think it matches. I'm standing here to say that this vehicle, and I have mentioned to people in town over the years, why do we do that? Why do we take our police vehicles that were originally appropriately designed as public servant, civil servant vehicles and turn them into something that looks like something from an occupying army? And again, I don't know when that happens, and I apologize if there was a decision point years ago where we were asked to weigh in and I missed it, but I definitely noticed when it changed. So And I just would like to add that looking just, in my reading this morning, I came across a quote that we recognize the militarization of law enforcement as the manifestation of a war waged against Black communities. So this, I feel very strongly that this vehicle is not appropriate for our community. Obviously, in a fiscal year like this one, it does probably not make sense. People discussed offering an amendment to paint them all. That's not something we probably fiscally want to do this year, but I think it is on us as responsible citizens to make the changes we can change, however small. I would be perfectly fine with one mismatching police cruiser, with the understanding that over the years we would return the other ones back to a more appropriate style. So I plan to vote no unless we can get a guarantee from the police chief that this will be the style, or something similar to this original will be the style that it will be painted. And I will ask anybody in this community that's voting today, if you were at that vigil, to please vote no as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, feel free to clean it up. Thank you. So I'll ask if police chief or someone selecting Ryan, I think you got the gist of the question, is essentially the look of the police vehicles. So Chief Lowry, or Lori.
We came out early on opposing what happened in Minnesota. We came out early on condemning police brutality. We came out early on saying that Black lives do matter and that reform needs to be made and that we're doing things well here in Massachusetts, but there's always room for improvement. I've said countless times, if you're looking for the perfect police chief, it's not me. We're going to make mistakes, and we're going to do things as police officers that's in the best interest of public safety. I said that when I took this job 2.5 years ago, and I'll say it until my retirement from the Westborough Police Department. Those cruisers, I can't win. They're intimidating. Black is beautiful. I can't win. So you want us to paint the clips white. There's a significant savings. The officers, we had a committee, we sat down, and they wanted a change. We didn't feel it was an intimidating cruiser. If you look at some of the officers across this nation that are being murdered in their cruisers, we wanted to keep our cars safe. We have computers in there. We do have equipment in there. But if you look at what's going across the country right now, we can't win. We just can't win. And even today, a group of citizens in town had an event that was my fault. This is somehow against Black Lives Matter. It's somehow against police brutality. I've been saying for years, back when I was in Sergeant, we need to have national standards. And yet we're talking about what I believe is a beautiful vehicle that responds to crisis and calls for service, that has professional officers that are second to none in this state. I've talked about our hiring process and how we're bringing the best and brightest. And some of them are of color, and some of them are women. And I've promoted and I've hired based on who is the best person for our community. But it has been frustrating, folks. We're in Westborough, Mass, and it's been frustrating. We are going to do whatever we can. It's in the best interest of this community. The cars, it's a wonderful piece of equipment. Take a look at it. I don't see that. People want to email me, and I've gotten, I can't tell you how many emails asking questions about a wide range of things. Be more than happy to get into the weeds with you. I enjoy the conversation. I will talk to anybody. Now it's time to come to action. I've talked to our state reps. I've talked to our selectmen. I'm going before the board to explain the different initiatives that we're doing. We have a clinician in the cruiser, writing a grant through advocates. And I apologize for being on my soapbox, but I just feel like lately, just like there's a problem in society, we are against police brutality in any form. We came out early on, Sergeant Daniels and I, working together, looking at 4 police officers murdered another human being with policies and procedures that are not in place in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I promise you, I'm going to do whatever I can to ensure you're safe, our businesses are safe, our community's safe, that everyone is safe. And I have no issues with the Black Lives Matter movement. I support them. I also support my officers' safety, where people, children, kids, giving our officers the middle finger and saying things to us. Adults, you have no idea what we have faced. We're at work every day since this pandemic started. Every single day, putting ourselves out there, making sure we provide services to all. And then 3 weeks ago, the unimaginable happened. The unimaginable. And I say to you, people need to go to prison. Reform needs to be made. I'll be more than happy to have those conversations. But my cruiser, the color of the cruiser, for your police chief, is not a priority. And I will not be changing them. And there is a cost savings to what we're doing. So I apologize, Mr. Moderator, for being long-winded. I know probably things are going to be taken out of context with what I've said, but I want everyone to know that your police department is here. We're honored. I have an officer tell me he's ashamed walking down Main Street. I have no words for that. You know, all I can say is we're here to support you. We're here to support the community, and I'm hoping in time things settle and we get back to normal. But it has been very trying for your police department, and ma'am, I apologize. Hopefully I've answered your question. You don't have to support this article. We did cut 3 cruisers. We're going to make do with what we have. If you cut this cruiser, you cut this cruiser too. You know, I'm just going to be putting good money into bad. This is to replace a car for a lot of miles and a lot of idling hours.
Thank you, Chief Lurie. Please, no applause. We recognize all points of view. Hang on, I'm going to just check the gym first. Sorry, the auditorium. Anyone want to speak on? There was a question about were any of Mr. Edinburgh's motion. Any questions from the auditorium?
Yes, we do.
Okay, could the voter please identify him or herself and ask their question or make their statement?
Dominic Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. The police chief stated that he's not perfect. Well, in my opinion, he does a pretty good imitation of someone that is. He does an excellent job. The black cruisers, all black cruisers, they don't seem to bother me. I don't see a problem. Is it something I miss? Because black or white, and they used to call them black and whites, by the way, and being all black, who cares? What matters to me is who's in that cruiser and how he behaves and how he performs. Long time ago, when I was working, before I retired, I had a boss who I used to have many intellectual and philosophical conversations with. And his thesis in life was perception is reality. And we're being treated to that since Memorial Day. That the changes that we're supposed to see is somebody's perception, and now it's supposed to become our reality. Well, I really am inclined to reality that's quantified and verified by facts and real data, not somebody's feelings. Because basically, in my opinion, what we have to worry about with the police is not the color of their cruisers, but the quality of their performance. Now, if you want some real issues to deal with, talk about the issue of no-knock warrants. That actually ends up with people being killed. Talk about the issue of qualified immunity. That ends up with police officers not being charged in a civil court. Talk about chokeholds. I don't personally want to be in one. Talk about things that really matter, that are really affecting life and death decisions made on the spur of the moment or very quickly by police departments. Not the color of a vehicle, which is totally indifferent. As a matter of fact, I think the black vehicles really look kind of good because they get away from the black and white. Let's not come to town meeting and have an event, excuse me, I want to end. Come to town meeting and have an event that is personal and emotional. This is a financial get-together. This is about money. It's not about, do you like the local police force or not? That you can address with the authorities, selectmen, police chief, and whatever. This is about money. Let's keep it to money and take your opinions and put them out in the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Anything from the band room?
No, Mr. Moderator.
Well, Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road, Westborough. This is going to sound funny, but it's a true fact. I am on the road all the time. As a matter of fact, I might be on the road as much as the police officers are on the road, because I'm always running around fixing computers somewhere. And over the years, I have to admit that in the 41 years I've been in Westborough, I've been stopped many, many times for not paying attention to the speed limit or doing something else. And I have to tell you, the evolution of our police department from when I moved here in 1976 to now is light years of where it was. And when I get stopped for any reason, they don't really know who I am. I'm just a guy driving down the road. I get an enormous amount of polite requests. I never feel intimidated. I mean, I think our policemen in this town do a phenomenal job, and I refuse to believe that we have people painting our police department with the same brush that they paint other police departments that do have problems. So I don't think we should look for problems where they don't exist, and we've been very lucky in having successive chiefs that have done a better and better job as we progress. So I think they deserve appreciation, not criticism. And black police cruisers from a guy that's on the road all the time is great, because I can't tell a police car's behind me when I'm coming down the hill on Ruggles, because it's just a black SUV. All right, you have to look to see the lights, and now that you got LEDs, they're not the same profile as they did years ago. So I think it works in their favor, and the fact that they can catch more guys not doing what they're supposed to do. You know, I think it works well. I wouldn't want to see the colors change, never mind the expense, which is an absurd thing to talk about in the first place. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. I'll just make sure there's 6 feet. I mean, I try not to people line up and speak for your time. I think it was the one who made the first comment. Name and no, go ahead. No, you. No, I just want to make sure he was far enough behind you. So name and address again, please.
Daniela Carrigo, Westminster Way.
Yep. Please.
I just want to first give my absolute admiration for the other woman who spoke. I think it takes a lot of courage to stand up to Westborough Police. I will remind people that Westborough Police did shoot and kill a man last year. There was not one comment from the school department, from Family Services, or any of the Westborough organizations about helping that family pay for funeral expenses. Instead, there was a refusal to release any information. I asked the Westborough Police to give racial and demographic and racial and ethnic, if nothing else, information about the victim. Further, I don't think it would be such a burden on the Westborough Police if they would at least consider electric vehicles instead of the vehicles that they have been doing. It would be better for the environment. It would work towards Westborough's goals as a sustainable community. And there would be less upkeep over time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, again, right. But Chief Lowry.
Just to your question, and that's a great question. This is a green vehicle that we're purchasing. There's a grant that comes with this vehicle. We were going to do 2 vehicles for patrol. And they're hybrid vehicles, and they're going to be vehicles that we don't have to just trade in, that we can pass on to other departments. So they are green vehicles that we're purchasing, just one right now. In regards to the question about, we went to a very, very critical incident, and I'm going to be very brief on this. It was a domestic incident. We, by law, can't release certain information. And this is the second time I've heard someone say about race. I mean, in my opinion, just so you know, this person was Caucasian, he was white. But does that matter? This is an awful incident that our officer had to deal with, and out of respect for the victim, we can't release certain information on domestics. That would go through the district attorney's office and the state police, who take jurisdiction in that investigation. And our officer, just so everyone's aware, acted appropriately. He utilized the correct amount of force to save a human being's life who was stabbed multiple times with a knife protruding in her chest on the officer's arrival to the scene. This was a home invasion. This was a horrific, horrific scene, something Westborough probably hasn't had happen in its history involving this police department. I can tell you, I've been doing this for 32 years this September. It was awful. I'm proud to say the officer's back to work. We're continuing to move forward with some of the state-of-the-art and best training out there possible. This budget that you approved, I had to cut my training line. You know, these are difficult times, but I assure each and every one of you that we are going to provide the very best in equipment and training to ensure public safety, officer safety, and this great town safety. So hopefully that answers some of the questions that you had concerns about. Again, I can be reached at any time. My cell phone is on my business cards. Email me, call me. I make myself available to this community 24/7. I think the selectmen would agree to that I put the interests of the public before self-interest. I can't tell you how many things that I have missed over my career because I love this job. I love the opportunity to be the person people call in times of crisis. I love to be the police chief that's able to mentor and advocate the staff that for years to come, like the previous speaker talked about, that we have an outstanding police department. I thank you for the overwhelming support that this community gives the police. I can't tell you how proud I am to wear this badge. I can't tell you how proud I am to work alongside and with some of the most fantastic human beings you'd ever meet. We hire good people at the risk of being redundant. They're not just a blue shirt with a shield. They're human beings that are working extremely hard for you during very trying times. Again, I'm off the soapbox.
Yeah, right.
And hopefully answered
Okay.
your question.
Thanks.
If you have any other questions, I see no, please reach out to me. Be more than happy to sit down and talk to you.
All right, so we've gone, I've let quite a diversion here. I do want to recognize something. I think Mr. Caprioli said it, and I'll say, right now the motion before us is on a certain amount of money to buy a police car as well as Articles 8G and 8K. The selectmen and how are sort of in charge. The executive branch is in charge of how policing happens, and I understand that it's a charged time, and I'm sure the selectmen and Chief Preliminaries just said that those discussions may be better had at either open forum for selectmen, but just because we're all sitting here in 3 different rooms, some of which are not very comfortable, I'm going to ask us to keep focused on the work of town meeting, which right now is on these articles. So let's just try to keep our remarks to the 2 minutes, and let's try to keep them focused on the motion to spend money as Mr. Edinburgh's motion. So I'll recognize the gentleman furthest from me first, and then we'll check it. Name, address clearly, please, so we can get it on the record, and then your question, please.
Josh Hyde, 42 Adams Street.
Thank you.
No white person in this community can speak to the lived experiences of people of color. And people of color in this community living in the United States are distinctly aware of the legacy of 400 years of slavery and police violence and so on. And so many people, before I go on, the color of the vehicle, whether it's black or black with a white door, that isn't the point. The cruisers could be painted bright pink, but they would still, the new cruiser would still be big and intimidating. And so protesters around the country have been calling to defund police forces, and we can set an example by doing that to our own, by choosing not to appropriate this sum of money for a police cruiser that is intimidating. And I heard, while I was not at the Black Lives Matter, the police violence vigil recently, I heard that numerous people were intimidated by police presence nearby, and even without a cruiser like this, and I can only imagine how much more intimidating it would be to have such a cruiser. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I move forward, anyone wish to speak in the band room? I haven't checked there recently.
Still no, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, anyone waiting to speak in the auditorium?
No.
Okay, in that case, the gentleman in front was here first, so name and address clearly and then speak, please.
Yes, Andrew Kenningsburg, 3 Smith Street.
Mr. Kenningsburg.
I asked to move the question.
Okay, Mr. Kenningsburg has moved the question. For those of you who aren't old-time town meeting goers, the purpose of which is to terminate debate. It's not debatable, so we essentially move straight to a vote. I'll just let you know. We've heard from a speaker in the auditorium, we've heard from multiple speakers here in the gym, and there's been no one wishing to speak in the band room. It requires a 2/3 vote. All this vote does is terminate debate. It means that we go straight to a vote on Mr. Edinburgh's motion, so this is not a vote in favor of the motion or not. This is a motion just of whether we keep speaking about it. So with that said, 2/3 vote to terminate debate. All those in favor, please raise your cards, voting slips. Any opposed? I see a few opposed, but it's well above 2/3 here in the gym. What's the status of the vote in the auditorium?
No opposition.
No opposition. Band room?
No opposition.
No opposition. In that case, it is a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. What that means is we now go to directly to act on the motion by Mr. Edinburgh that's on the screen here. It is essentially to act to transfer and appropriate funds related to Articles 8G, 8K, and 8M. We go straight to voting now. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Mr. Edinburgh's motion, please raise your voting slips. Any opposed? I see a few that are opposed. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
No opposition. Report from the band room.
No opposition.
No opposition. It is a majority vote. There were probably 6 to 10 in opposition here. So it is a majority vote. The motion carries. Hang on. We now turn our attention, believe it or not, to Article 13. For those of you who arrived late, Articles 9, 10, 11, and 12 were passed over earlier by action of this town meeting, where the town meeting made the 2/3 vote to move them forward, and then an equivalent vote to pass over the articles. This article has to do with land acquisition at 30 Belknap Street, and because it's a land acquisition and because it's authorizing money for acquiring land, it will require a 2/3 vote. However, at this point, we will wait for the motion for Mr. Silverberg of Harris.
Good afternoon, Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. This is a long motion, and it's different than what's printed in your booklet, so please bear with me as I read it.
Hang on, Mark. Could you just maybe move? You want to read it from the larger page?
Yeah, that'll be
and
easier,
also if you could just
I don't have my glasses. I came unprepared. So. All right. I move A, to authorize the Board of Selectmen acquire by purchase, gift, and/or eminent domain on such terms and conditions as the board deems in the best interest of the town and subject to existing agreements, easements, and/or restrictions, the parcels of land located at 30 Belknap Street, Westborough, containing a total of 31 acres, more or less, and being a portion of the premises described in a deed recorded with the Worcester South District Registry of Deeds in Book 12165, page 356, for the following purposes. Parcels B and C, as shown on a plan entitled Plan of Land, 30 Belknap Street, Westborough, Mass., Worcester County, dated June 9th, 2020, on file with the town clerk, are to be acquired by the town for conservation and passive recreation purposes under the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission pursuant to the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, and subject to the provisions of Article 97 of the Massachusetts Constitution. And Parcel A, as shown on the foregoing plan, is to be acquired by the town for conservation, passive recreation, parking, and utility purposes under the care, custody, and control of the Board of Selectmen. B, appropriate the sum of $1 million for the purpose of acquiring said land and costs incidental or related thereto, and to meet this appropriation, transfer the sum of $400,000 from the sale of real estate account for parcels A, B, and C, and transfer the sums of $300,000 from the open space account and $300,000 from the Walkup Robinson account for parcels B and C. C, authorize the Conservation Commission to apply for, accept, and expend any funds that may be provided by the Commonwealth or other public or private sources to defray all or a portion of the costs of said acquisition, including but not limited to grants and/or reimbursement from the Commonwealth under the Self-Help Act, General Law, Chapter 132A, Section 11, now so-called land grants, and D, authorize the Board of Selectmen to execute any and all documents and take all other action necessary or convenient to accomplish the foregoing or to take any other action thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Do you have a presentation or any discussion?
I do have a presentation. I'm going to try and turn and face the...
if you want to move to the other microphone, if you want to use that microphone so you can look at it, that's fine, or you can stay there,
sure,
whichever
I'll
is
go
your
clean
convenience.
that one too. Great.
Okay. Wait a sec, Steve, can you turn on audience mic 1, please? Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for the slide to come up.
Okay.
So I guess I can start. About 9 months ago, the Open Space Committee, of which I'm chair, was approached by Community Land Trust with the idea of purchasing Zwicker Farm, which is 30 Belknap Street. You can see on the map, it's located in the southeast corner of the town, immediately abutting the Mass Turnpike. It's currently 34 acres. Let me just see if I can get this to, okay. So this is a close-up. Belknap Street is on the northerly side of the property. The Mass Turnpike rest area is on the south, on the lower right, southeast corner. You can see there's a homestead in the middle, house and a barn. It's a mixture of fields and forest land. And that little square that you see in the middle is actually town-owned sewer pump station. Let me switch to the next slide. This is a topographical map, and I included this to show you the most of the land is, I don't know if I have a pointer on this, but most of the land is about 330 to 380 feet above sea level. But down on the right, you can see the topographical lines go up sharply to the rest area, which is at about 440 feet above sea level. So the rest area is actually 70 feet or so above most of the land. And because of this, most of the noise from the turnpike actually goes over the land. So I'm just trying to make the point that the land itself is very peaceful. For those of you who've been over to Bowman Conservation Area, where the highway goes by and it's really loud, you really don't get any of that when you're on this property. It's much quieter. So one thing we should know, in 1982, there was a gasoline spill from the turnpike. If you see that shaded area on the bottom right, that's kind of blue color. That area, the gas spilled into that area. The family spent decades fighting with the state and with Exxon to get it cleaned up. They've been successful in that cleanup operation. That operation is now nearly complete. We're in the final, they're just monitoring test pits to make sure that the groundwater has been, stays clean. And there'll be a 10-year memorandum of agreement with Exxon that will transfer to the town so that any future environmental issues related to that spill that might possibly come up in the next 10 years would be paid for by Exxon. But everything looks good so far, and I hope that's not a big issue for you guys, because you can see it's just a small corner of the land. This is actually where most of the remediation was done. You can see it's been restored to a natural state, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like a field, like there is on most of the property. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, I think I skipped one. No, okay. So why do we want this land? Well, first of all, it's a gorgeous piece of property. I think it's important for the town to protect its open space. It's also on the charm bracelet. If you see now at the top, the green line is the current route of the charm bracelet. And for those of you who don't know the charm bracelet, it's a trail system that encircles the town. But currently the charm bracelet uses Belknap Street in this area. And if we were to acquire the property, we'd be able to, the charm bracelet would be able to use an off-road option, which would be that blue line further south. Now, again, it's, that would be monitored by the Land Trust in conjunction with the Conservation Commission. Okay. So, what are we acquiring? Well, let me just back up a little bit. When the Land Trust came to us, they had already had an appraisal done. The appraisal was for 28 acres. The talk at the time was that the family was going to keep the house and 2 house lots. So the 28 acres was appraised for $1.49 million. We went through the negotiation process. We were able to settle on a price of $1 million, and that would be for 31 acres. And again, I can't point, but in the middle of this lot where the houses are, that will be kept by the family. That's about 2.83 acres. The remaining 31 acres is like it's a U shape, so there'll be frontage on Belknap Street on both sides of the house lot, and we'll have access all the way around the property. And the reason the family was willing to discount that, they came to us first because the owner of the property who passed away, her wishes were that the property be kept in conservation. So they came to us first with this opportunity without putting it out to market because they wanted to see this go into conservation. So we're actually getting a discount on this, and really the only caveat is that we name the property after the family. So the idea would be Zwicker Farm Conservation Area or some variation of that. And that hasn't been decided yet. That'll be up to the Conservation Commission when they take ownership. Okay, so the reason the motion gets a little complicated is because of the pump station in the middle of the land. If we were to put the entire parcel into conservation under Article 97, if we ever needed access to the pump station, and there's no planned access at this time, but we're keeping that parcel A, which is the funnel-shaped parcel in the middle, as a kind of backup in case we need to get to that pump station. If we were to put the whole parcel into conservation, we would have to go to the state legislature. We wouldn't have decision. The town wouldn't be able to take any portion of it out of conservation. We'd have to get the state legislature to act on it to allow us to take some out. So rather than do that, which would obviously be complicated, we're proposing that we keep parcel A, that funnel-shaped parcel, out of conservation and just have it owned by the Board of Selectmen. Again, there's no plans. The subdivision uphill, Crown Ridge, I think it is, already has town sewer serviced by another pump station. But because of the obvious benefits of gravity based on the topography that I've already described, if we ever needed to replace the existing pump station with Crown Ridge, it would make a lot more sense for us to just funnel that down the hill to this pump station. Again, no specific plans for that. It's just a backup for us somewhere down the road. And for all intents and purposes, the property will behave like open space, recreation, and conservation land. So the other reason we did this, though, is you'll see this is a close-up of the pump station. We wanted to create some parking so that people could actually go and enjoy the property, and there was some question about whether we could put parking on conservation land. So we chose to create some parking on the current access to the pump station. That'll be widened a little, and again, we're not asking for funding for that. We're just asking right now for the funding to acquire the parcel. So where are we getting the money? The original concept was to take it all out of open space, but based on recommendations from the town manager and the finance director, it made more sense fiscally, rather than cleaning out one account, to take it from a number of sources. And so we chose to take it from three sources: $300,000 from the open space account, $300,000 from the Walkup Robinson Trust, and $400,000 from the sale of real estate account. I don't want to get, unless people have questions about those accounts, I don't want to get overly complicated on this because I have a 5-minute presentation. But you'll see there the current balances in the account and the remaining balances after we spend this money on the $1 million. None of this would raise our taxes. This is all money that has been appropriated by previous town meetings, or in the case of the sale of real estate, was proceeds from the state hospital sale. One thing I should mention is, if this article is approved, the Conservation Commission and Open Space Committee will be applying for a grant, and again, that complicated the language of the article a little bit, but we'll be applying for a grant from the state that could result in as much as $400,000 in reimbursement to the town, and that would be dispersed proportionally to those accounts that I just showed. So 40% would go back into sale of real estate, 30% into open space, and 30% to Walkup Robinson. All right. So again, here's the lot that we're acquiring, 31 acres, with the homestead in the middle. I know I had 5 minutes. I'd just like to take one more minute to stress that this was 9 months of a collaborative effort between a number of departments, between open space, Concom, and the Conservation Department, the Planning Board and Planning Department, Town Manager and the Board of Selectmen, Finance Director, the DPW, Engineering, and also I just wanted to stress that the seller was extremely patient and willing to work with us on this acquisition, so much so that she's flown here from Alaska to be here today to answer questions if the committee has, if the town has any questions for the seller. But hopefully I can answer those. I think that's everything. I probably forgot something, but thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. I'll just say if there's a question, so I'll stage Mr. Hashmi if he has a comment, but before you start. In the auditorium in Bandram, if anyone has any questions, feel free to stage them, and I'll come to you right after we get the first speaker here. Just so I can get a sense, anybody else want to speak on this in the, here, okay, so we're going to go Mr. Hashmi, other room, then to you, so all right? Mr. Hashmi.
It's very simple. I would just like, if it's possible, I'd like to see the seller and thank them for what they're doing for the town. If that's possible.
Yeah, my belief is that the sellers have been admitted to the meeting. I think they're in the auditorium and sort of the back row, if you'd like to go. I'll go over right now. I will go to the auditorium. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in the auditorium? Ms. Blazewski?
No, Mr. Moderator.
None at the moment? Okay. Miss, wait, okay, wait a second. Hang on. Wait a second. Did you want to speak? Oh, I said, hang on. I got a point of information. Hang on. Yes. Yeah. Can you come ask it here and give your name and address, or would you prefer not to? If you want me to relay it, you can. Okay, so I'm just going to give your name for the record. Lucille Tyler. Gilmore Farm Road, okay. I'll summarize her question after she says it. So let me summarize the question. The question has to do with parcel A, which you'll see is this triangle shape up to about that street. The question is, if that's not under the control of the Conservation Commission, is it agricultural, or what is the designation? I believe it was in the motion that it's under control. The motion, I believe, says it was for conservation, passive recreation, parking, and utility purposes under the care, custody, and control of the selectmen. Is that correct? So it's going to be under, so it's for those purposes under control of the selectmen. Is that okay? Okay, her follow-on question is, does that change the designation from being agricultural to what it would be?
Okay, so the current zoning in that area is residential. Once the town acquires it, it'll become municipal land, like any other municipal land. It won't have a agricultural or residential designation. It'll be municipal designation. So it's, it doesn't change, the purpose of the article states that it's for parking and utility and conservation and passive recreation. It's not, couldn't be used for anything else. No.
Right. So
it doesn't have enough frontage to do anything anyway.
Okay. I'm going to go over here. Would you like to speak? You want to come over here? Okay. Yes, I think. Mrs. Allen. Took a while with the mask. It's very tricky. I keep guessing wrong. Mrs. Allen.
Chris Allen. I've forgotten what the rest of it is supposed to be. I'd like to talk a little bit about open space. I was here as a selectman when we first opened and started the Open Space Committee, as well as the Westborough Community Land Trust. And we have been lucky enough as a town to have Walk-Up Robinson funds to use for the benefit of the residents of Westborough. And he specifically stated that he wanted the money used for open space, recreation, and historical resources as a farmer, a longtime farmer in town. We have been very lucky since then, more than 25 years of the land trust, to acquire very important pieces of land. And yet, we do not want land to disappear and to slip through our fingers, because so much of it, and you know this if you've been in town for a long time, so much of our open space has disappeared into development. And we are lucky if we have land that is offered as open space and that we can afford it without using taxpayer money, but using grants and the other funds that have been specified for open space. And I know, as a person who lives on the charm bracelet, it has been used incredibly often as part of the recreation in town during the pandemic, when people are crazy to get outdoors and outside their house. We have been lucky enough as a town to set aside open space that they can use for these important purposes of family time and hiking. And anytime we have a chance to acquire open space before it disappears into subdivisions, we should do it.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen. Quick response from Mr. Silverberg, then we'll go in the back. Yeah.
Mark Silverberg again. Sorry, I told you I forgot something, and Chris jogged my memory. This was identified as a priority parcel on the open space plan. It's probably one of, there's fewer than 10 parcels of 30 acres or more left in this town that are residentially zoned. And the last one, the last parcel this size that came up for sale that we didn't buy, it now has 26 homes being built on it on Mount Pleasant. So I think that that's important that we acquire this to prevent development of this site, because we can't really make any more open space.
Thank you. All right. Is that
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Ms. Blazewski.
We have a question from the auditorium.
Okay, person from the auditorium, name and address, please.
Just give us a second.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'm short. Just a point of clarification.
Name and address,
Carolyn
please.
Spring, Deerslayer Lane.
Name and address, please.
Yeah, Carolyn Spring, Deerslayer Lane. So having looked at the deed of the real estate, the parcel that we're interested in, just clarification to Mr. Silverberg. It may be zoned residential in the area, but there is an agricultural restriction in the language of the description of the property itself, which allows the town to buy it, keep it as open space, and there are certain other restrictions on there for what the town can use it for, but it's an entirely appropriate use for what the town wants it to be used for, and I just want to point that out, and I am wholeheartedly in favor of the article, especially since the house is being pulled away from our purchase. Thank you. But I just wanted to clarify, there is an agricultural restriction, because I think one of the questions that came up earlier had that.
Okay, so I think Ms. Spring is again referring that there may be something with the deed and wants to understand if those are affected by this or not. I'll ask Mr. Silverberger if anyone want to comment. Okay. I think that they feel the question has been answered, or it's in the point. Is that Mr. Koenigsberg? Mr. Koenigsberg, I'll recognize you.
Andrew Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street, Chairman of the Conservation Commission. I'm also Vice Chair of Open Space. Of course, the Conservation Commission is 100% behind this purchase. We plan on stewarding the land. Actively, we're actually coming up with a management plan for this parcel once it's acquired, keeping it in its current state. We're actually going to maintain the meadows. We're going to be working with the land trust for trail use and looking at ways that we can use the property for educational purposes. Just to allay anyone's fears about what might happen on the slice that's being given over to the Board of Selectmen, given where it is and how it'd be very difficult for using that property for anything else. And it's actually, as far as I am concerned, it's going to become part of the overall management plan for the entire property. It doesn't make sense to do otherwise. If people have any questions about the state DEP site that comes off of the Mass Pike, that area has been under remediation. In fact, the Conservation Commission has been pushing Exxon for a couple of decades to get that cleaned up. They finally brought in an environmental consultant who's done an admirable job of handling and getting that area cleaned up and getting it restored. So there'll be no issues using that land and providing public access to that land once they have removed all the remediation equipment and they go to monitoring. So I just wanted to bring up those facts, and thank you for your time.
Okay, let me just, so you'll be next here. Let me just check. Anybody in the band room to speak?
No, Mr. Moderator.
Anybody else in the auditorium?
No.
Okay, in that case, I'll recognize the gentleman at the far microphone. Name and address, please.
Tom Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road.
Okay.
And anybody up there, please feel free to correct my math, but I think $1 million sounds like a good deal. I think you figure about 20 houses could go in this parcel if we were to sell it. I think we have about 1.5 kids per house. That's 30 kids in the schools. We would be paying a lot more over time to educate them if they developed this property. We always have a problem with school budget. This $1 million seems like a really good deal. I'm totally in favor of this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next gentleman in the shirt, after we get the microphone all cleaned up. Anyone in the auditorium while we wait?
No, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Yes, name and address, please.
My name is Mike Hashi, and I live at 56 Belknap Street, and I'm here to support this article. All I can say is to the various boards and your efforts well done. I do want to add one note that I think is important, that you should understand that you see a 30-acre parcel shown on the maps, but it actually is a contiguous area because it abuts Piccadilly Brook and its associated wetlands. And I can tell you, I'll skip the anti-development arguments, but I want to make a pro-wildlife habitat argument, because these wetlands and the associated forests support a whole variety of wildlife, notably including, you know, turkey, deer, fox, owls, hawks, a river otter of all things, and one of those deer gave me a stare down this morning as I was walking with my golden retriever, so apparently he was sending a message. So I just, again, voice my support and urge you to vote in favor of this article.
Brief response, Mr. Silverberg.
So that's another thing I forgot because I get up here and I get nervous. So Piccadilly Brook does flow across the property, and that does drain into the water supply for the town. It's to Sandra Pond. So I think that's another rationale for us to protect this as open space. And I should report that the Open Space Committee, the Walker Robinson Trust, and the Planning Board all voted to support this article.
Thank you. It seems like there hasn't been opposition. If you're ready for the question. All right. Your action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion. Because it is a land acquisition and appropriating money, it will require a 2/3 vote. So if you are in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion, please raise your voting slip. Okay, if you are opposed, I see 1 or 2 in opposition. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
Report from the band room.
No opposition.
Okay, the motion passes. It is a 2/3 vote with 1 or 2 in opposition. We now turn our attention, we jump to Article 15. For those of you who arrived a little late, earlier in this meeting, the meeting moved to move forward and pass over Article 14. So Article 15 deals with a land acquisition off Oak Street. We have a motion from Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that, excuse me. I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain, or on such terms and conditions as the board deems in the best interest of the town, the parcel of land located off Oak Street, shown as parcel C5 area, 0.31 acres, on a plan recorded with the Worcester South District Registry of Deeds in Plan Book 893, page 24, for general municipal purposes, and further to transfer and appropriate the sum of $5,000 from sale of real estate for said acquisition.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. This article authorizes the Board of Selectmen to purchase a small parcel off Oak Street adjacent to the Department of Public Works. It is owned by the Department of Capital Asset Management and Maintenance of the state, and was intended to be conveyed to the town during the disposition of the Lyman Street School, but it kind of fell through the cracks, as you can imagine, with a 0.31 acre property. The town does currently have improvements on the land, being adjacent to the DPW. And at the January special town meeting, the town voted to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for a special act, providing that legislation be adopted to authorize the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to sell this portion to the town. That legislation is being worked on presently, and a vote in favor of this article will allow the town to move forward with the transaction once the legislation is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there a presentation? Some slides you want to show? Just some pictures? Okay. All right. All right, we're just going to try to see some pictures where it is. As Mr. Johnson said, it's located near the DPW building and area off Oak Street. Just give us a moment. Do the magic. There we go.
So if you look in the northeast, the upper right-hand section, it's that yellow triangle, parcel C3, with the moderator's portion pointing to. There's a blue parcel C.
My finger were like 2 feet longer.
Yeah. Right to the right of that is the DPW facility. As you can see, this is a landlocked parcel. Again, the other parcels here are all part of the Lyman School. Some went to auction, some have gone to other, remain with the Commonwealth, Department of Fish and Games, etc. So again, it's just that small 0.31 acre triangle parcel in the upper top right-hand corner. I had trouble with this one, so now you got to flip yourself over. This is kind of looking at it in a different version, but it's that triangle, and it's kind of been inverted here on the left-hand side, and just above it on the upper left-hand side, that is the DPW. You can see some pieces. Yeah, and then within that parcel, you can see where there is DPW pieces on that piece of property. And then this is the final piece. That's pictures here of where it is, storage on the DPW side, and it's really just an extension. The state intended to give it to us. What we're doing now is just going through the process and asking for town meeting's approval for us to acquire that 0.31 acres and continue to use it as a town property. And again, that's just the final piece, triangle parcel, northeast quadrant there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions here in the gym? Questions from the auditorium?
No.
Questions from the band room?
No.
In that case, our action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion, since it inquires a land acquisition that may include eminent domain. Just also pointing out that it asks for a transfer and appropriation of $5,000 from the sale of real estate account. Your action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. All those opposed? I see none opposed here. Report from the auditorium?
No opposition.
Report from the band room?
No opposition.
In that case, it is a unanimous vote. The motion carries. We now turn to Article 17, and for the last time, I will tell you the reason we're skipping an article. In this case, Article 16 is that previous action in this town meeting moved the article forward and it was passed over. So at this point, I believe we've passed all those passed over articles, and so we move our attention to Article 17, dealing with wastewater management improvements from the DPW. DPW Director, Mr. Payan.
I move the town vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $200,420 from water retained earnings for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Pant. Short presentation, I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be brief. So what's going to show up is just a picture of our water network. So we have a series of wells and Sandra Pond where we draw our water from. And then there's a network across the town where that water is distributed to the residents and our businesses. And when that water is pulled out of wells and pulled out of Sandra Pond, we measure it so we know how much water we're pulling out of the ground. And when we deliver it to residents and businesses, we measure it as well, and that's how we know how to pay bills, right? So the problem is that we are drawing water from all these sources. So these are our sources around the town. That water is being delivered, and the quantity that we're drawing out of the reservoir and out of the wells is not matching the quantity that we're delivering to the community. And so there's a number of reasons for that, and there's a standard that's allowable by the Department of Environmental Protection, and that's around 10% for a variety of reasons that we're not going to get into here, but our percentage is closer to 20. And so one of the issues we see or we think is an issue is our water meters. And so at the bottom right here is a picture of a water meter. And so essentially what happens, this happens in your house, this also happens in our businesses, is water comes into your house, it goes to this meter, it's coming from the left on the picture, it flows through and it triggers this little spindle here and that spins around, and that's a counter. And so if you go out and look at your water meter on the outside of your house, you'll see the dial spinning. That's because water's flowing through that meter and it's spinning. So in some cases, some of our businesses have changed over many times over the last decades, and the water meters in those businesses may not have been, correctly adjusted to accommodate the business that works there. So if a business so these meters are sized based on the amount of water we think is going through it. And so if a business sends water through their meter, but it's not enough water to trigger the spindle to turn, then it's not counting the water. And we need to know how much water we're using. And so this article addresses our problem that we don't know, or we have a challenge with the unaccounted water we have in the town. And so by working with a consultant, we're going to collect some data and then do some analysis. And by that, we'll determine if this truly is the cause. If that is the cause, then this article also funds potential procurement of whatever mitigation we need to address the problem if it actually exists. So the article's for $200,000. We're not just throwing out $200,000 right off the cuff. Well, it's incremental, so we pay some money for a collection of data, which is why we're proposing this article now and not pushing it to October, because summer is the high water use time, and so we want to make sure we get accurate data. So that's why we need to fund it now. And then once we have that data, we do the analysis, and then we determine what our way ahead is for correcting the issue if it is one, which we think it is. So that's the article.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Questions from the gymnasium? Seeing none, Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I was wondering if you could put that 20% in terms of dollar amounts. Just how much water are we losing, and how does that relate to obviously it's treated water, so costed at the cost it would cost a customer.
What I say is ballpark, because there's a lot of data we don't have to make this clear, but we bring in about 2 million gallons of water a day to serve the town, and about 20% of that is not accounted for, so that's $400,000 gallons of water, which is a significant amount. For planning purposes, we estimated $200,000 to $300,000 annually. It potentially is a lot higher depending on what we learn. So if we address this, this $200,000 we're asking for is paid for almost immediately if we can quickly address these problems. But that's where we stand in terms of dollars.
Thank you. Any questions from the band room?
No, Mr. Moderator.
Any questions from the auditorium?
No.
Seeing no more questions here, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Mr. Payant's motion to transfer and appropriate $200,420 from raw to retained earnings, please raise their card. Okay, any in opposition? I see none in opposition here. Report from the auditorium?
No opposition.
No opposition. Report from the band room?
Unanimous.
Unanimous vote it is. A motion carries. We now turn our attention to Article 18, Town Sewer System Improvements. Again, Mr. Payant.
I move the town vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $175,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Payant.
Okay, quickly, I'm just going to tell you what we've done and where we're going and why we're proposing this article. What's going to show up on the screen here in a second is a map, and that map outlines it's titled the Interceptor Sewer Line. It runs through town. It's where most of the wastewater from across the town is sent, and then it's sent through that interceptor line or that sewer line to the water treatment plant. And so last summer, we spent the summer lining the inside of this pipe right here. So it was cured in place. They go in and no disruption to the ground. It's a process where the inside of the pipe is lined very efficiently. So this article funds the design of the work to complete that effort. So we're funding here today, if we approve it, the work to design and procure a contractor to execute the work, and then we'll come back in the future for the funds to actually complete the work. So this money pays for the design. And so, and that's to complete this portion of the town for the interceptor, which is the main sewer line for our town. And it was the #1 recommendation from a recent study of the entire town's sewer system. Because it collects all of our wastewater, if there's a disruption here, if it breaks, that's obviously not a good thing for any of us. And so we want to prevent that from happening. And then just the next slide, a little bit difficult to see, but on the top left, this is a part of this funding pays for a camera that goes through all these it goes through the inside of the pipe and gives us an assessment of what the pipe looks like so we know how to fix it. And so last summer when they did the original section of pipe, this is what the before was. So it's hard to see, but at the top of this is a concrete pipe, and at the top you can see that the concrete is essentially disintegrating and falling apart, right? So then they lined the pipe, and the bottom picture shows the lining that went into the pipe. You can see it's pretty clear, it's clean. I mean, there hasn't been anything running through it yet, but it looks much better than it did, and that's the whole purpose, is we need to fix it, and that's what this funding today will pay for the design to allow us to get to this on that last piece of the pipe. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Any discussion in the gym? Discussion from the auditorium?
No questions.
Vanderum?
No.
Your action comes on Mr. Payne's motion to transfer and appropriate $175,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purposes he's stated. All those in favor, please raise your voting slip. Any opposed? I see none opposed here in the gym. Report from the auditorium?
No opposition.
Vanderum?
No. No opposition.
It's a unanimous vote. The motion carries. And down the stretch they come. Article 19, amend appropriation of CSX mitigation receipts reserved account. Again, Mr. Payne.
I move the town vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $36,260 from the CSX mitigation receipts reserved account for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Payne.
So several years ago, transfer station made some improvements by the railroad off of Walkup Drive near Flanders. The town was given some mitigation money. Some of that money was appropriated to fix or paint the railroad bridge that goes over East Main Street. That was accomplished quite a few years ago. There was money remaining, this $36,000. We can't spend it because it's appropriated to that project that's completed. So this article is basically to allow us to spend that money on other things. What we want to spend it on is primarily related to stormwater drainage infrastructure improvement. That's primarily, or a lot of our issues are associated with the railroad, and this picture just shows the railroad, a couple of sections of it. So here's the railroad, here's the railroad. These are culverts that go under the railroad. So this money is not being used right now because it can't be, so we just want to reappropriate so we can spend it on fixes to drainage associated with the railroad. So that our connection to the railroad. So that's what it is.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Any discussion here in the gym? Discussion from the auditorium?
None.
Vanderum?
None.
In that case, your action comes on Mr. Payne's motion to transfer and appropriate $36,260 from the CSX mitigation receipts reserved account. All those in favor, please raise your voting slip. Any opposed? I see none in opposition. Report from the auditorium?
No opposition.
Report from the Vanderum?
Unanimous.
It is a unanimous vote. We now move on to Article 20, dealing with the acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, Paragraph 4. Mr. Edinburgh.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Edinburgh.
So this article is about accepting Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, Paragraph 4, which allows municipalities to dedicate a particular fee, charge, or other receipt of any stabilization fund established pursuant. And so effectively, this article is not creating any stabilization funds for the town, but rather accepting the statute that will allow us to do so. This allows us to take any specific fees, including charges and receipts to any stabilization fund established pursuant to the section of the law. Effectively, as you'll see in our next two warrant articles, we have inclusionary zoning as well as mitigation funds coming into the town for which there's a specific intent. by accepting this law and being able to create those stabilization funds, we can keep that money out of the general fund and earmarked and dedicated to those intended purposes. And so it allows us to isolate those funds and honor the intent of the money. Once established, any appropriations from this fund or alteration of the purpose of this fund must be approved by town meeting by a 2/3 vote. So the money goes into the fund, it doesn't get appropriated or spent until we come back to town meeting and a 2/3 of those present agree to spend the money in that way. The fund, once it's established by the statute, is effective for at least 3 fiscal years. Any interest that's earned by the fund, if the money's invested while it's sitting in the fund, should be added to and become part of the fund. And as I mentioned earlier, the next 2 articles, 21 and 22, are examples of the creation of stabilization funds that could be set up under this section of law.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Any discussion here in the gym? Auditorium?
No.
Vandrum?
No.
In that case, our action comes on Mr. Edinburgh's motion, which is to have the town vote to accept the Mass General Law that he specified. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. All those opposed? I see 2 opposed. Report from the auditorium?
No opposition.
Report from the Vandrum?
Unanimous.
In that case, it is a 2/3 vote at least. It only needs a majority, but it's a 2/3 vote with only 2 in opposition. We now turn our attention to Article 21. Hint, hint. Now we talk about a stabilization fund development mitigation. Mr. Silverberg.
Hi, Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street, Chair of the Planning Board. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Silverberg.
I think Alan explained the concept of stabilization funds, and this is pretty simple. What we're creating is a stabilization fund for mitigation. So oftentimes when we approve a project through special permit or subdivisions, we'll ask the developer for some type of mitigation. For example, the state hospital is providing mitigation towards affordable housing, separate from the next article. But and Mount Pleasant, that project provided mitigation towards sidewalk and road improvements in town. In the past, that's gone into free cash, and it's been difficult to track and also not grown the way it could. So the article we just passed will allow us to create a stabilization fund for this mitigation that will allow the finance director to, keep track of what we earmarked that mitigation for, and also invest it in a growth vehicle that will create more money for the town and hopefully increase that mitigation over time.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Any questions from the gym? Yes, Mr. Walsh. While Mr. Walsh gets ready to speak, I'll ask if there's anyone in the auditorium. Lisa, choose someone and stage them for going after Mr. Walsh. Also for the band room.
Nobody in the auditorium.
Okay.
No one in the band room.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
So I just had Mr. Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I had a question about who controls the funds and how the money would get spent. Obviously, if it's in free cash, it would come before town meeting. Is this something where the zoning board would have control over it, or the selectmen, or who gets to decide how that money is spent? Because in this description, it just basically says, like, to mitigate the impact of developments, which is actually so broad that it could probably be used in any fashion.
So in the case of this fund, typically with the mitigation, the planning board would earmark what the mitigation would be used for, and then the finance director would track that. So even though it's all in one fund, it would be apportioned to whatever project we approved and whatever that mitigation was. But we would have to come back, any department, whether the Board of Selectmen wanted to spend it on something, or the Affordable Housing Trust that's hopefully getting created, or the Planning Board. Typically we don't sponsor spending articles, but if any department wanted to spend it, it would have to come back to town meeting, and it would require a 2/3 majority of town meeting.
Thank you. Other question here in the gym? Question in the auditorium?
Nope.
Vanderum?
No.
In that case, your action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion dealing with the Stabilization Fund for Development Mitigation. All those in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion, please raise your voting slip. Okay, all those opposed? I see one opposed. Report from the auditorium?
None.
Vanderum?
Unanimous.
Okay, in that case, the action carries as a 2/3 vote, even though it may only need majority. But anyway, 2/3 vote with only one in opposition. The motion carries. Now we turn our attention to Article 22, another stabilization fund. This one dealing with the Del Webb Chauncey Lake work. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Johnson.
Alan and Mark did a great job with this. I'll try to be really quick. This is a similar one, creating the Del Webb Chauncey Lake Stabilization Fund, creating it to set aside money received from the project. The purpose of the fund is mitigating impacts of the Del Webb Chauncey Lake development by supporting affordable housing initiatives and/or seniors through capital projects and other programs. As folks probably know, the Del Webb Chauncey Lake was approved with a requirement to build 70 age-restricted affordable housing units, and the state's Department of Housing and Community Development, however, would not recognize the affordable units as counting toward the town's subsidized housing inventory due to age restrictions required by our local zoning. So the Zoning Board of Appeals approved a variance that granted relief from the affordable housing requirement entirely, but required $9 million in mitigation money be paid to the town on a payment schedule. These payments shall be made in 14 equal installments due at the initial certificate of occupancy for each of the development's 14 buildings. And the mitigation payments shall all be made no later than December 31st, 2028. So this article creates a fund for the money received and directs all payments to be deposited into that fund. Any monies received prior to July 1st, 2020, because this fund, we didn't have the ability to have this fund, will be deposited in the general fund and will be appropriated from free cash at the October town meeting, but we will highlight that where it came from for that piece. That amount is currently $642,857. With the yes vote here, any future appropriations from this fund, as mentioned by Mr. Silverberg, must be approved by town meeting and it's by a 2/3 vote. As well, any future alterations of the purpose of this fund would also need to be approved by a 2/3 vote at town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Discussion from the gym. Auditorium?
Yes, we do.
Vanderum?
Not at this time.
If there is no discussion, your
Mr.
action...
Moderator?
Oh, sorry, was there someone in the auditorium?
Yes, in the auditorium.
Oh, sorry. Okay, in that case, yes, name and address, please, and state your question or your comment.
Dominic Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. This article isn't quite as clear as the selectmen would have us believe. First of all, the article information, which was read to us, but I can read myself, states clearly that the money was derived from the loss of 70 age-restricted affordable housing units. Those are age-restricted means senior. So that's where the money came from, or that's the source of the initiative from where the money came from. Now, the purpose of the article itself says, as I read clearly to myself here, it says, development by supporting affordable housing initiatives and/or seniors through capital projects and blah, blah, blah. Now, the English language provides me with the opportunity to try to understand, are they talking about supportable housing units as one entity and seniors as the other entity, or is it affordable housing units for seniors? If this money, so let's clarify that, what we're really talking about. Let's get the language so what we're really talking about. I would like to remove, if I may, the and/or between initiatives and seniors and replace that by the word for. So we have a specific targeted population. Now, if that's agreeable, then I believe that the source of the money, or the removal of the 70 age-restricted housing, affordable housing units, is then reproduced in a certain way, or a certain, hopefully, helpful way for the senior population which gave up something in order for this money to occur. If they're spending this money for affordable housing unit for non-seniors, then I believe they're taking the money from one population and giving it to another population and/or seniors, which is in my English language interpretation, is different from, maybe different from affordable housing units without any direct population designated. I hope you understand exactly what I said.
Okay, Mr. Caprioli, just before you move away from the microphone, I want to understand. It sounds like you're proposing an amendment to,
Modification, yes.
to change the and/or, and did you say you wanted to change it simply to or?
For, F-O-R, initiatives for seniors. Affordable housing initiatives for seniors.
Oh, for. So you want the and/or to be replaced with the word for, F-O-R.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay.
Purposeful intent.
Got it. I understood. I just want to make sure I got that right. Thank you. Mr. Edinburgh. Wait for the microphone, please. Hang on. Steve, can you turn the presentation mic up, please? Wait, still not coming up. I think it's on.
Oh, someone turned it off here.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Edinburgh.
So I appreciate the comments. The wording of the creation of the stabilization fund is the way it is because of how the money's coming in. The money coming, this $9 million from the Pulte development is coming in as part of what's known as inclusionary zoning. It was a decision by the Zoning Board of Appeals. And the Zoning Board of Appeals, as an independent body that adjudicates zoning issues, made the determination and designed the earmark of what those funds were intended to be used for. So the stabilization fund was written to be compliant with the ruling from the Zoning Board of Appeals, which creates the structure that we can accept the money and use it for the purposes which it's intended. I believe that if we create a stabilization fund that is worded differently, that we would then have to go back before the Zoning Board of Appeals and petition to modify the variance, which there's no guarantee they would do or be willing to do. It would add time to the process. In the interim, the project is moving forward and these funds are coming into the town.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. So we have before us potential discussion on two items. There's the article and the motion in general, and I'll allow sort of concurrent discussion of people who are either for or against Mr. Caprioli's proposed amendment to change the and/or to the word for. So I will recognize the gentleman at the second standing mic, and then you can pre-stage anyone if you'd like, Lisa and Ben in the other rooms. So name and address, please, and then your question or comment.
Yes, Alan Ehrlich, 6 Garfield Drive. So I oppose the amendment to the article. The reason for the mitigation is about affordable housing in general, and that was the intent. We should have had adequate increase in our affordable housing stock. It was not specifically about seniors, so I don't see this as going from one population to another.
Thank you, Mr. Ehrlich. Any other discussion here in the gym? Discussion in the auditorium?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Stepping away from my podium, Lisa Blazejewski, 2 Treetop Park.
Okay.
I'm not sure that the premise on which the amendment was suggested is accurate based on my reading. So if you could, if someone could clarify for me, I don't read this as we lost 70 units of age-restricted affordable housing. We actually built 70 units of age-restricted affordable housing, but it's not recognized as affordable housing due to the age restriction. So I just want to clarify if there truly is a loss of anything, or if that is just, because of the way it's written, just was confusing to us.
Thank you, Ms. Blaze-Juski. I'll ask Mr. Johnson, would you like to answer? I guess the question is just about clarifying sort of the affordable housing, where it came from. Oh, wait a second. Steve, the presenter mic back on? Oh, there we go.
Shut off again.
Okay, thanks.
Caught me at my own game there, Alan. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. No, it's written correctly when the Zoning Board of Appeals basically allowed the developer to develop without any affordable housing requirement. So there was no 70 units weren't built, and 70 units aren't counting. There aren't 70 units in town. So it's not just that they're not counting towards the thing. The appeal that was granted was not to build those, and then what was negotiated or mitigated there was $9 million coming to the town for the town to be able to create affordable housing. So hopefully that clarified the question.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Question. Yep. Hang on. I'm gonna do a question from a voter. So let me just go up to the other mic. Your name and address. Okay. Lucille Tyler. Okay. Hang on. I'll go back in. I'm gonna take a question from Lucille Tyler, Gilmore Farm Road. So the question on behalf of Ms. Tyler, first of all, does this mean that there are not going to be 70 affordable housing units at the Chauncey, at the Del Webb Chauncey? That is correct. And if that's the case, does this fund indicate that the fund will be used specifically for funding 70 affordable housing units for seniors somewhere else in town? Was that your question? Yes. That's the question. Mr. Edinburgh, would you like to answer? Feel free to grab a mic.
So the money going into the stabilization fund is not dedicated to have the town construct 70 affordable housing units. As hopefully everyone is aware, back in January, the Board of Selectmen, with participation from other boards and all the town departments, held an affordable housing forum to talk about and initiate discussion on the creation of a municipal affordable housing trust. So the current intention is that a portion of this $9 million would go into that affordable housing trust, which under Massachusetts law can be used for the creation, maintenance, expansion of affordable housing. Why do this structure and offer this flexibility? Because of rules around government construction, the least cost-effective way to build housing is for the government to build it. By creating an affordable housing trust, and let me do an aside, the Board of Selectmen did create an affordable housing trust working group with the mission to bring forth at our special town meeting in October a series of warrant articles to create that trust, its rules of operation, and to fund it. Because of the rules around municipal construction, it's the least effective way to build affordable housing is to have a town or a municipal entity do it. The structure of an affordable housing trust is an independent entity of the town that's designed specifically to support affordable housing. The trust can do other things, such as partner with private nonprofit developers to build. They can subsidize construction. They can offer grants. Affordable housing trusts can buy housing at market rate prices and renovate and turn around and sell that off and deed it as affordable housing in perpetuity. Developers who are interested in building affordable housing, the housing trust can make loans pre-construction for the design and the permitting work to lower the cost of a project and encourage more affordable housing. The intent in this work is to make sure, one, we have the funds available through the stabilization fund to put into the affordable housing trust. And then the working group coming back in October will propose not only a structure of a trust, but an initial type and set of projects. What we learned in January is another town in Massachusetts was able to actually leverage $2.1 million to partner with a private development for the construction of 69 senior 62 plus affordable units. They did that by subsidizing the construction costs and providing some 0% loans for the permitting process, as opposed to the trust having, or the town having to go out to bid and prevailing wage and the state contracting rules. So it's a much more cost-effective way to increase it. Our intent certainly is to replace those units of senior housing and affordable housing over time and add that to our inventory, but it also gives us the ability to do many broader initiatives with respect to affordable housing specifically and housing affordability in general. Good.
Is there a conversation we can't hear?
I believe John's taking follow-up questions.
All right, so I followed up with Ms. Tyler. She just wanted to voice her support for Mr. Caprioli's amendment that essentially would change the wording to be affordable housing initiatives for seniors, because she would like to make sure this money is used specifically for affordable housing for people 62 or older. Is that okay? Mr. Edinburgh, just quick response.
So in putting the money into the fund, remember that money can't be spent out of the fund or transfer out of the stabilization fund to the Affordable Housing Trust or to any other purpose without coming back before town meeting for a 2/3 vote. If the money is restricted, if the $9 million coming into the stabilization fund is specifically restricted for senior affordable housing, for at least the first 3 years, we cannot use it for any other purposes. The reality is, and the initial analysis and even the presentation from January at the Affordable Housing Working Forum was that we don't need all $9 million to replace those 70 units elsewhere. We can do it much more efficiently through the mechanism of Affordable Housing Trust. So restricting the $9 million only to senior affordable housing would tie our hands as far as using those funds for other affordable housing or housing affordable needs or other community impact related to the senior population. And so the decision of how the money will get spent, the way the article is currently worded, will be made by town meeting and wouldn't be so narrowly focused to potentially tie up money that we don't need to replace those 70 units and prevent us from using those funds for other similar purposes as well.
Okay, hang on just a second. So anyone in the band room to speak?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes,
I have
Mr.
one
Gold.
if I can. So this is, I think, can I speak too?
Yes, you may, Mr. Gold.
Okay, so this is Bing Gold, 1 Eric Drive. I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment. I think Mr. Edinburgh just summed up my opinion as well. That any future allocation of this money has to come back to town meeting. If we restrict it, then imagine we don't use this money for 30 years, it grows, we gain an extra $1 million. Even if you were to spend all $9 million on it, and later on you needed to spend it for other purposes, you've made life very difficult for future town meetings. It all has to come back through town meeting eventually. Making it a little bit more generic while still focusing on affordable housing seems like the right choice to me. So I'm against the amendment.
I think the question was, just to verify what he thinks you said, Mr. Edinburgh, is that regardless of what we vote on, any of the money spent out of this account has to come to town meeting and get a 2/3 vote to be spent on any project. Yes. That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it wasn't a question, it was just a statement.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a question. Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Mr. Gold, in the band room that needs to speak?
No, thank you.
Anyone in the auditorium?
Yes, we do.
Was that a no?
Yes. We have multiple individuals in the auditorium who wish to speak.
Okay. Let's see, we got a couple people. Mrs. Allen. Well, I recognize Mrs. Allen. I've also been told, not that I want people to, if you want to, there's some extra water. I know we're getting close to the end, and I know it's hot. There is some extra water that is going to be brought down, and if you could just socially distance, make your way out to, if you need some, feel free to go get some. Mrs. Allen. Oh, wait, say. Okay, here we go. Yes,
Way.
yes, there we go. Okay, Mrs. Allen, go ahead. You're all set.
Okay?
Yeah, yep, speak. Yeah.
Okay. Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way. I think that there's nothing more important that Westborough can do than build more affordable housing. I was served on the Affordable Housing Committee for about 20 years, and now we are trying to have a diverse, inclusive community, but we don't have many people of color or people who do not have a high income. We actually have a lot of privilege in our town, a lot of beautiful big homes and lots, but we do not have a diverse population of varied incomes because people cannot afford the new housing in town. And the only way that they can come and live in Westborough and buy a house is to offer more affordable housing. And I think that this is one way that we can establish the inclusive community that we are aiming at now. And I don't think anything could be more important, so therefore I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I'd like to speak against the motion, for 2 reasons.
You mean the amendment or the motion itself?
Speak against the amendment, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Speak against the amendment?
Against the amendment, thank you.
For 2 reasons. First of all, for the procedural reason that was previously discussed, that the variance was written specifically with this language. And if we change it today, then we have to go back. I'm not even sure that we can do that because the variance is a binding decision.
I was provided an actual copy of the variance. There is flexibility in the variance for us to change the purpose.
Okay.
So there was votes by the Board of Selectmen for the purposes stated in the warrant.
So that's actually my less strenuous objection to it. My real objection to it is what Chris said. This town needs more affordable housing. And I want more affordable housing for seniors as much as anyone. There's a crying need for that. But there's also a need for affordable housing for, there's town employees who can't afford to buy a house in this town. There's school teachers who can't afford to buy a house in this town. There's people working at Stop and Shop who can't afford to buy a house in this town. Someday my kids are going to graduate college and they won't be able to afford to live in this town because there's no affordable housing for them, right? I want to give this affordable housing trust that the selectmen are creating some flexibility to create a variety of affordable housing and not just use this money for senior housing. Do I think that's a priority? Yes. I think the very first building we build should be senior housing. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that after that, we should stop, right? And if we change the wording on this, the only affordable housing we'll be able to use this money for is senior housing. And as Alan said, right, the point of this isn't to just go out and spend $9 million on one project. The point of this is to fund multiple projects, to incentivize developers to come in and build condos or apartments that include affordable housing for specific populations, and then get that money repaid back into the Affordable Housing Trust and go out and do it again, right? So if we make a loan to a developer for a senior housing project and they pay it back, well, now we have $9 million and we can't go out and spend it on one-bedroom apartments for 20-somethings or buy a four-family and convert it to affordable housing, because we'll only be able to use this for senior housing, and that is too limiting in my eyes. I think we have a priority to create more senior housing, but I don't think we should limit it to just senior housing.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Is that Mr. Bain? Is that you in the back?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Bain.
Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive.
Did somebody call point of order? In what?
Did the order?
Mr. Bain, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to the auditorium. Auditorium, Lisa.
Yes, we have people waiting to speak.
Okay, we've taken a few from in here, so let's go over to there. Lisa, I'll let you manage the line there. So why don't we have 2 or 3 people speak there, and then we'll cycle back. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Okay, Mr. Caprioli is first in line.
Okay, Mr. Caprioli.
Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. To answer some of the questions that came up, the article information specifically states was approved with the Lake Chauncey, Del Webb Lake Chauncey Lake was approved with the requirement to build 70 age-restricted affordable housing units. This money came basically off the backs of seniors who were going to get affordable housing units in an age-restricted housing development. When that development was proposed, it was specifically sold to this community as a project that would not generate any school-age population, that would be to the benefit of this community by not generating any school population expenses. Now, this money came as a result of the need to modify the language so it wasn't age-restricted affordable housing. But it came from a project that was restricted in the intent to produce non-school-aged population. Now, as far as the legal language is concerned, I understand we don't have a problem now. And when the selectman was speaking, he referred to some unnamed community that channeled some money into affordable housing for seniors. And in his dialogue, he used the word intent. I understand the way town meeting works. I understand it very well. I understand the difference between legal language and intent. I am specifically asking for intent. If we need to spend the money for something else, and it serves the purpose as well as, if not better, than affordable housing for seniors, by all means, do so. But I'd like the intent to remain the intent of the project from which the money was derived in the first place. Lastly, we have been talking about affordable housing in this community for years, and we had one of the advocates that has been advocating for affordable housing for years. Let me tell you how you can get affordable housing. Do what I'm going to do. When you leave this community, either upright or on a slab, sell your house for less money. That will produce affordable housing. If I can do it, you can do it, and we don't have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Ms. Blaze-Juska, next person from the auditorium, please.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road, Vice Chair of the School Committee. This issue came from the idea that when 1,400 units were going to be built at the State Hospital property, that in fact everybody in town understood that if we built those units, more than likely there was going to be an impact in the school system. The last town meeting we were here, we voted $56 million to modify Fales School. And so at the time, and I think going forward, we need to understand what the impacts of various kinds of development are on the town. I'm certainly in favor of affordable housing, but as Dominic has said, That was an impact payment because what we have now is going to create impact on the town. Supposedly, the development of the state hospital property for housing was not going to have an impact on the town in terms of future costs, which in this case were new kids in the school system, for which we're paying over $15,000 a year for each kid that shows up. So what's the count? If you realize the discussion that we had at that time, nobody really knew. But our experience with development in this town in recent years has been more than the 1-point-something kids per unit that has been discussed. And so there will be an impact in the school system, and this money that we're talking about here for quote affordable housing is supposed to offset that impact in terms of future cost to the town. One thing we know that the kids in the school system are here for their entire, mostly for their entire duration, and it's not just a one-time 15 grand. It's 18 years worth of 15 grand. It's a long time. And so from that point of view, I think you should consider Dominic's suggestion, which was there are other times that we could do something for everybody, but the impact here was to provide affordable housing and not have an impact on the future taxes of the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. We'll take, Lisa, one more from the auditorium.
The auditorium is all set at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Bain.
Yes, I would I rise to say that we should defeat that motion. And the reason is you want to have the ability within town government, and particularly in town meeting, to have flexibility. Things change over time. If we adopt this motion, what it would do is basically say, and then pass the main article, it would basically say that we are not able, through these funds, to be able to provide affordable housing to other people besides simply seniors. And we know we need affordable housing, even for young families, for families of low income, etc. So having this as an open or a more, if you will, flexible article gives us that ability. Once again, things come before town meeting. And at that point, we can always do the plus and minuses of what the effect of any particular project would be, regarding effect on schools, effect on property, transportation, etc. So I would very strongly suggest that we defeat this amendment and go forward with the original article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. I saw a short statement from Mr. Edinburgh, then to Mr. Walsh.
Alan Edinburgh asked just one clarification. The development, the Pulte development, all 700 units are still age restricted. And by removing the affordable housing component, the deed restriction against residents 18 and under is still in place, so that development has no impact on the schools as originally intended or promised.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. So the impact of having this development go forward means that we're going to have to add to our affordable housing stock, which means that we have to mitigate the cost of that affordable housing that we have to add, and that's because we're going to have to, increase budgets in the schools and just to the roads and everything that generally the town has to deal with. People have talked a lot about having some flexibility. That's why they want to defeat the amendment that's before us. But really, if you want flexibility to spend this money to mitigate the effects of having to build affordable housing or approve affordable housing projects, you really don't want this to go into a stabilization fund. And in fact, you should probably defeat this whole article so that way it can go into free cash so that we can spend it how we need it. So for those people that are proposing that we actually want flexibility, I just maybe want to hear a little bit more from them as to why we don't want the flexibility to actually have it in free cash so that we can spend it how we actually need it, rather than have it targeted in a particular area, because the whole design of the Pulte projects was such that it wasn't supposed to affect like the schools and the other parts of town, and now because of problems with that process, it is going to affect it. That's why we have the mitigation money. So it just seems like we should have the mitigation money not go toward affordable housing for seniors, but it seems like it needs to go to mitigate the effects of actually this project, which is a little bit of a larger scope.
So, Alan Edberg, so the article as proposed allows the money to go for affordable housing and or other projects related to seniors. And so it does allow for, specifically for affordable housing. If the underlying motion doesn't pass and we don't create the stabilization fund, the mitigation money, this inclusionary zoning money from Pulte will go into the general fund. At the end, it's because it's not allocated at the end of the year, it goes into free cash. Our town fiscal policies will make it extremely difficult to then use those funds for the creation of affordable housing. And we'd be restricted in how we can use it. So the intent is to create this stabilization fund to accept the money for the intent and for the nature of the mitigation. The Pulte project doesn't just have an impact on, with the relinquishing of 70 senior affordable units on the need for more affordable housing for seniors. It will have a long-term impact on the town as far as other senior services we provide. And so the vote and the motion as proposed by the Board of Selectmen allows for some flexibility, but also recognizing that through the structure of a municipal affordable housing trust, which we hope to bring forth for approval in October, we don't believe we need all $9 million to replace those 70 units. And so restricting the stabilization fund for that purpose would in turn restrict the work of the Affordable Housing Trust, not only to address senior affordable housing needs, but other affordable housing needs as well, or to use the funds for other issues in town that will come into existence over time with a significant increase in the senior population.
Okay. Mr. Edinburgh, I think we're beyond the answering the question or what have you. Mr. Dunbeck, and then I'm going to check with the auditorium. No, go ahead.
I was going to call. It's Pete Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Road. I'd like to call for the vote.
So you're moving the question.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Wait a second. What was the question? Last I heard, there wasn't anyone waiting to speak. So all right. So anyway. Mr. Dunbeck has moved to move the question, so this is going to be a little complicated, so let me explain it. Moving the question is not debatable. We go straight to an action. The action requires a 2/3 vote. This is not a vote on the amendment or on the main motion. This is strictly to whether we keep hearing people make pros and cons on the motion and the amendment. If the motion to move the question and terminate debate proceeds, our next action will be on the amendment, and then once we see how the amendment turns out, we'll move on the main motion. If this motion to terminate debate fails, we keep talking. So terminate debate requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of terminating debate? Let me just get my back's okay. All those opposed? I see probably 5 or 10 opposed, but it's clearly 2/3 here. Hang on. Auditorium?
No opposition.
No opposition. Bandram?
No opposition.
No opposition. Therefore, debate is terminated. We have a 2/3 vote. Our next motion comes on Mr. Caprioli's amendment. And just a point of parliamentary procedure here. Although the main motion itself requires a 2/3 vote, the amendment only requires a majority vote. So we have Mr. Caprioli's amendment. So if we have the motion would be essentially to change the terminology from saying by supporting affordable housing initiatives and or seniors through capital projects and other programs. So it would change that to be by supporting affordable housing initiatives for seniors through capital projects and other programs. So the and/or would be replaced with the word for, F-O-R. If that's understood, your action comes, a vote in favor is a vote in favor of changing and/or to for, as Mr. Caprioli has mentioned. A vote against the amendment is to leave the and/or in place. All those in favor of the amendment, raise their hand or raise their voting slip. I see a few. All those opposed? We have a vast majority opposed here in the auditorium. Report from the gym, the auditorium, please.
The auditorium does have opposition. However, excuse me, the auditorium does have opposition to the amendment in the majority.
Can you give?
There were votes for the amendment. However, there were more votes against.
I'm sorry, Lisa, I didn't understand. Are there more in favor or against in the auditorium?
There are more against.
Okay, so it's a majority to defeat there as well.
A majority to keep the main motion.
And a report from the band room?
Unanimously against the amendment.
Okay, so we have majority or in all three rooms, therefore the math works out that Mr. Caprioli's amendment is defeated. We now turn our attention to the main motion. So the main motion, as made by Mr. Johnson, is essentially, as printed in the warrant, is to see if the town will move to establish a stabilization fund for mitigating impacts of the Del Webb Chauncey Lake development by supporting affordable housing initiatives and/or seniors through capital projects and other programs, and further to dedicate all monies received for this purpose to such stabilization fund. That's the motion before you, as Mr. Johnson originally proposed. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? I see probably 5 or so opposed. Report from the auditorium.
We have 1 in opposition.
1 in opposition in the auditorium. Report from the band room.
No opposition.
No opposition. Therefore, I'll declare a 2/3 vote. The main motion, as originally made by Mr. Johnson, carries. Thank you very much. Now, I believe, just let me confer for a second. Just checking to make sure we're all set with the town clerk. We now turn our attention to Article 23, amending the general bylaws to increase revolving funds. Ms. Marshall.
Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Ms. Marshall.
This article seeks to amend Article 15 of the general bylaws by increasing the maximum expenditure for the following accounts: Fire Department from $4,000 to $8,000, Council on Aging from $15,000 to $30,000, Recreation from $400,000 to $500,000, Economic Development Small Business Grant from $25,000 to $40,000. A reminder that funds in revolving accounts come from user fees and have no impact on taxes. Each of these departments are coming close to their maximum expenditure and require an increase in order to expend these funds, hence this article. Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Marshall, sorry. Okay, that's it. So as you'll see, there were 2 line items in that chart in the booklet that were not changed. I just want to call your attention to the changes that Ms. Marshall in her motion were the ones that in the Finance Committee report had the old amount slashed out with the new amount. Any discussion here in the gym? Discussion in the auditorium?
No.
Discussion in the band room?
No.
In that case, our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Ms. Marshall's motion, please raise your voting slip. All right, any opposed? Seeing none in opposition, report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
Band room?
Unanimous.
In that case, is it a unanimous vote? The motion carries. We now turn to Article 24, Acceptance of Mass General Law, Section 59, Section 5K, dealing with the senior tax work-off amendment. Looks like Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I'm on the Board of Assessors. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Silverberg moves the article as printed in the warrant. Any comments, Mr. Silverberg?
So currently there's a senior tax work-off program. that limits seniors to a benefit of $1,500. That's based on 125 hours worked. The minimum wage is now increased, so we have a choice of either increasing the benefit or lowering the number of hours. And so this motion would increase the benefit to $1,875 so that seniors could work the full 125 hours and get that full benefit related to the minimum wage.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Any questions from here in the gym? Auditorium?
No questions here.
Band room?
No.
In that case, our action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion to accept the article as printed in the warrant. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. All those opposed? I see one opposed here in the gymnasium auditorium.
No opposition.
Band room?
No opposition.
In that case, the motion carries with 2/3 vote, 1 in opposition. Yeah, I'm just saying it just in case legally it matters. Yep. Next, Article 25, dealing with acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5N, the Veterans Tax Work-Off Amendment. Mr. Silverberg.
Okay, Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Silverberg.
Okay. Similar reasoning as the last article, but this time for veterans. Again, because the minimum wage has gone up, we're trying to increase the benefit for veterans who choose to do the tax work-off program.
Mr. Silverberg, thank you. Comments or questions from the gymnasium? Do you have a question? Okay, we have a question here from the gymnasium, but I will ask Lisa and Mr. Ben if anybody's in either of your rooms want to speak, get them teed up at the microphone, and we'll go to you as soon as this speaker is done. Again, if you'd like to, feel free to wipe down the microphone, and then just clearly state name, address, question, comment. Thank you.
Marriott, 3 Brook Way. So my question is, why aren't the veterans going to receive the maximum benefit of $1,875 like the seniors are? Because right now it only says $1,500, and minimum wage, as you've stated, has gone up.
No, I think the benefit is going from $1,500 to $1,875.
That's not what it says under the article.
So,
not in our book.
You want to just?
Yeah, no, the summary is a little brief, but it's the same exact numbers. In the past, the town had approved a $1,500 maximum for veterans and for seniors. That was based on 125 hours, but because the town had only passed a maximum of $1,500, the Board of Assessors can't give anything more than $1,500. So now we're basically asking you to approve that this be based on 125 hours. And so now a veteran can work 125 hours at minimum wage, would give them $1,875.
Mr. Johnson.
Oh, okay. It just is worded funny in the article. It should have just been. It would have been easier if it was worded like the senior says. This one. I get it.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Johnson, just want to quickly just to say it differently, but make sure we get the point across.
Yeah, just
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way, and what Mark said is correct. We're changing it from 1,500 to 125. What that also allows us is if minimum wage goes up again, we don't have to come back. We still, the way the law was written right now, it's 125 or 1,500. The town had originally chosen 1,500. What we want to do to give more benefit to our seniors and veterans is change it to 125, which then allows us to keep it at 125, and as minimum wage, et cetera, changes, the veterans, for this article, the seniors in the prior article can earn more above, based on the 125 hours versus capping it at a certain dollar amount.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Yes, sorry, yes, follow-up question?
Yes. is that 1,500 or 1875 now mandated by the state, or does Westborough have an opportunity to raise that benefit? Because I've lived in town for 20 years. My taxes have more than doubled. And, you know, now that my son is out of college, and I really don't know as I want to pay $1,000 a month to property tax.
Okay.
So I guess I'm saying that, you know, the taxes continue to go up in town. We continue to approve projects in town, and which is all understandable and needs to happen, but that's not much relief for anybody.
Yeah, that's a state maximum for the work-off program, though. We can't go higher than that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there are other exemptions available for veterans, but that's the work-off program. And if you need information on those, please contact the assessor's office. But for the work-off program, that's the highest we can go.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Ian Johnson, 9 Burgess Adams Way. And to that question, I mean, the town, we have a committee that's out there. We're working on, one is maximizing all that we can based on state law, but we're also looking at, I think to your point, what we can do as a town. So there is an active working group trying to figure out what more we can do to create tax affordability for folks in town. So more to come there. This is just related to these to help seniors and veterans maximize under the state law, but there is a working group in town trying to, I think, do exactly what the question was asked there, is try to find additional ways of providing some benefits, whether it's through other laws or through things that we can do on our own as a town.
Thank you. Questions from the auditorium?
None.
Vanderum?
None.
Other questions here in the gym? Seeing none, your action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion to accept Article 25 as written and as printed in the warrant. Those in favor, please raise your voting slip. All those opposed? Anyone opposed? I see none in opposition. Report from the auditorium.
None in opposition.
Vanderum?
No opposition.
In that case, it is a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. We now turn our attention to Article 26, a zoning bylaw dealing with Section 2300 use regulation. Mr. Paris.
Hello, Timothy Paris, 18 Shepherd Road. I move Article 26 as printed in the town meeting warrant.
Mr. Paris.
The Westborough Planning Board held a scheduled public hearing on Tuesday, February 4th, 2020. The hearing was properly advertised in the Worcester Telegram and Gazette on January 17th, 2020 and January 24th, 2020. The Planning Board voted unanimously to support Article 26 as printed in the town meeting warrant. This is essentially continuation of what we've been doing for continuously for the last few years, is editing the zoning bylaws to correct any typographical errors and to eliminate conflicts with different sections. There are just a few minor issues. This doesn't create any new regulations or anything like that. It just fixes a few things with footnotes or different categories that were missing and that kind of thing, that in the various previous edits of the bylaw, things were left out of the actual document. So hopefully, if you have any additional, any real questions about the substance of it, we have a presentation we can do. But really, this is housekeeping on our bylaws to try to get them edited up to snuff so that they make sense and are consistent.
Is Mr. Robbins going to do further presentation? You just want to see if there's questions?
If anyone wants to
Are
hear
there
a
questions?
presentation, we can do it.
Mr. Robbins has a little presentation. I just want to know if people have questions to see what the amendments are. Yes, okay. Mr. Robbins, you want to just do your presentation quickly? Thank you. I just think it's best if anyone in the town wants to know get a sense of what the amendments are, we should have it acted upon fully as possible. While we're getting set up for this, I just want to let you know we do have one more article. The hardest part of the day, other than sitting here in the heat, is going to be when we leave. I'm going to ask you to stay 6 feet apart from everybody. So I know everybody wants to quickly get outside to where it's only 82 or 84 or whatever. But I'm going to ask you to stay socially distanced. And while Mr. Robbins gets ready, I want to say thank you. As this town meeting's gone on, it's felt more and more like a regular town meeting. We'd have spirited discussion. We've had some give and take. We've had some people with differing opinions, and we've held it together remarkably well. So I want to thank you, all the voters. And again, as I said at the beginning, I want to thank everyone involved in sort of making this feel as normal a town meeting as it could, given the circumstances. And with that said, I don't want to stop you from leaving at the end, but I want to thank you very much. Mr. Robbins.
Jim Robbins, Town Planner. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Member Paris of the Planning Board said, this is our ongoing effort to continue to clean up any inconsistencies, contradictions, or misunderstandings in the zoning bylaw. So we're talking about amending the use table. If anyone has looked at the zoning bylaws, it makes up 3 to 4 pages in the zoning bylaws. You'd probably see it right away. So what's the purpose of the amendment? To clarify the difference between uses and buildings. Makes sense to me, but when it comes to legal use terminologies, there is sometimes contradictions. So currently, not more than one principal use can be allowed on a lot. That's per section 2540, unless otherwise specifically provided in the bylaws. However, there's no provision limiting the number of principal buildings on a lot. This leaves the misinterpretation for multiple principal residential or principal commercial buildings on a lot. Now, we've never actually had to enforce a situation where someone wanted to build 2 houses on a lot, but someone has asked the question, so we felt we needed to clarify that. Also, the amendment adds research and development uses in zoning districts where they were not previously addressed. So we have research and development uses in our industrial districts, but there were other districts in town where they were not regulated. They will be now in the use table. Lastly, there are no changes to any existing regulations or uses, only the proposed new additions as shown in the use table, section 2300. So you're probably better off looking at your warrant. I'm used to having a much larger screen when I make this presentation. But this is the first page in the table. It deals with residential uses. We're creating a new footnote 8 that you can see in red at the top of the page. It's highlighted in your warrant. And it's only the footnote that we're adding. And we're saying only one dwelling shall be allowed per residential lot unless otherwise specifically allowed in this bylaw. Under institutional uses, I've highlighted it because it's the bottom line. Multiple uses shall be allowed. Even I can't read it. One second. Unless otherwise specifically allowed in the bylaw. So, as you know, in most of our commercial districts, you can have a shopping center. You might have a restaurant, you might have retail, you might have an office. Those are all different uses, but we allow them. We allow the multiple uses in that district. Same under institutional uses. The footnote along the bottom in red says that multiple uses will be allowed unless otherwise specifically noted in the bylaw. And then I talked earlier about creating the provision for research and development in districts where they had not been previously regulated. Those were the new zoning districts that we created recently, the Gateway 2 district, the Industrial C district, the Industrial D district, and the Downtown Planning Overlay district, and the multi-use district. Research and development uses were not previously regulated in those districts. That's my presentation, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Very helpful, I think. So now we've seen what these amendments are, the purpose of their clarification, the purpose of the addition. Question here in the gym. I see a gentleman approaching the microphone. Feel free to clean it if you'd like. In worst case, name and address. If there's no wipes, do you want me to bring you some? Sure. Or are there some in there? All right. While he's getting ready, I'll also tell the auditorium and band room to feel free to stage anyone with questions, and Mr. Robbins and Mr. Paris can be ready to answer as necessary.
Garrick Grant, 15 Yeoman Drive.
My question is on footnote number 8 under residential uses. What defines a dwelling here?
Question is what comprises a dwelling?
A single residential unit. You might say a single-family home.
How does that cover things like in-law apartments?
I'm sorry?
Things like excuse me.
Yes,
How about in-law apartments? How does that factor in?
Yes, so the footnote says unless otherwise specifically allowed elsewhere in the bylaw. So we do allow multifamily homes in some districts.
Thank you. Any questions in the auditorium?
No, there are none.
Questions in the band room?
No.
In that case, our action comes on Mr. Paris's motion to approve the article as printed in the warrant with the amendments made to Use Regulation Section 2300. This requires a 2/3 vote because it's a change in our zoning regulations. All those in favor, please raise their voting slip. All those opposed? I see a small number, 1 or 2 in opposition. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition here.
Band room?
None opposed.
In that case, I declare a 2/3 vote with 1 or 2 in opposition. The motion carries as a 2/3 vote. We now turn our attention to Article 27, a citizen's petition led by Mr. Paul George. So essentially, I will have Mr. George make the motion, have a brief presentation, and as you'll see, the AFC and Selectmen recommendations were waiting for the meeting, so I'll let them sort of do a quick powwow, get to report on them. But other than that, Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. Paul George, 19 Robin Road. I'd like to make a change to the proposed amendment. I would like to remove the last sentence of the first paragraph.
Wait a second. Can you make a motion first? The motion, hang on. Let me, just a second. Give me a second. You can just read this. Is that what you want to do?
I'd rather make a presentation than read that, if that's okay.
Typically, we do the presentation after we make the motion. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah. I move the matter discussed in this article be referred to the town's Senior Disabled Taxation Relief Committee. Right. The purpose of the motion was to change the definition of community service hours. Give you just a brief idea. I've served in many positions in the town over the years. I've been the elected member to Assabet Valley High School for the last 28 years and soon to be the next 32 years, okay? I put an average of 250 hours a year, right? Usually it's about 150 hours to meetings and subcommittees, and we usually have at least 2-3 day professional development seminars and conventions to go to where you have to go through and get various different things you need as the state and national laws change. So I looked at that and I looked at what it cost to do. It basically cost about $2,000 a year for me. I've never submitted, I think I submitted 1 expense report in the 28 years I've served on the board, including the out-of-state travel. And when I went to the town committee and I went to the tax assessor and said, well, it's a non-compensated position. I get absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, it cost me $2,000 a year. How come it's not considered community service hours? And they said, well, it's not. And I think if we have people serving on committees or elected officials that are working for the town and are non-compensated in any possible way, including political, that those hours should count as community service hours. Now, maybe not all of them, but a certain percentage of them should count. And it was distressing to me because not only am I a senior, I'm a Vietnam vet, and I can't get any of the hours credited, and I'm sure there are many other people that would like to sit on a board, but they don't have the time, they can't find the effort. But if we gave them some compensation, in fact, we might fill those empty board seats. So that's the basic premise of the article. And we talked about it, John and I. It turns out we're going to give it over to the committee that's already tasked with trying to understand all of this. But when it comes before the town at some point, let's remember the fact that there are many people that work for the town that can't get any compensation or any work-off hours, no matter how many hours they work, because the town's bylaws don't consider them to be service hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. As I said, we'll wait to hear recommendations from the Selectmen and Finance Committee quickly, but while we wait to hear that, does anyone have any questions here in the gym? Yes, if you have a question, could you please make your, Mr. George, why don't you stay at the, you might as well stay up here to see if there's questions, and I'll guide it. And then, if the band room or auditorium want to stage people, that's fine too. Again, if you want to clean the microphone, you feel free, but also name and address, please.
Oh, Dan McElhenney, 135 East Main. I just have a question. I was under the impression that you were appointed or elected to that position.
I'm elected.
Elected, so...
I have to collect signatures, I have to run a campaign, I have to run every 4 years.
Okay. I just wanted to ask if you were elected or appointed from the town. Thank you.
My election budget is 2 clipboards and a pen.
Anyone in the auditorium?
No.
Bandram?
Hi, Mr. Moderator, just me again. Although there are other people in here, I swear. So Ben Gold, 1 Eric Drive. I'm a little confused. Are we actually voting on this, or did it get moved to committee and we aren't actually going to consider this as is? Because I kind of lost what the actual motion was when he stood up there. So can we clarify whether we're actually voting on this or we're trying to send it to that new committee?
If I understood the question, I believe the question was, is this motion to refer to committee mean that it would have to come back to town meeting or some other procedural body to take effect? And the answer is yes. Essentially, referring to committee just gives a location for somebody to take this idea and take it to the committee, and then the committee, because of the town meeting action, can take it on as part of their charge and can report back, work through the details, and come back with either a fully formed proposal for action, or they can report back that they decided not to take action on it. So it does not commit that this idea ever happens. It just gives a simpler path to work through the ideas and the details than working out a wordsmithing it here on town meeting floor.
Yeah, that's my question. Are we doing that? Was that what he actually said? Because it kind of sounded like at the start of this that that's what he said.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that needs to be distilled that we came to after John and I talked about the motion. We have to know how many people does it affect, what kind of expense would it be. You know, there's a lot of stuff to know, and that really should be going to committee so that we could actually study it enough to know we come back with an accurate motion rather than just my feelings about community service.
Thank you. I've heard back the selectmen voted 4-0 in favor of the motion to refer to committee. The Advisory Finance Committee voted 5-0 in favor of the motion to refer to committee. Any discussion left in the auditorium?
No, there's not.
Bandram?
No, thank you.
You have a question? Okay, wait, just one question here. I'll refer. Ms. Blumberg from the Finance Committee, as a personal point, just wanted to mention to the meeting or whatever, to realize that one of the reasons and one of the things the committee would have to take up is that there's a lot of people who do volunteer work, and so there would potentially be a large financial contribution. She hopes that if this passes, the committee would look into the ramifications of that. Did that adequately summarize your statement? Yeah, she says that there's probably a few hundred people who volunteer and might come under. Obviously, the committee would take that under advisement. That's why this is not easy to work out here on town meeting floor. Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. We have a vote to refer to committee. That is just a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise their voting slip. All those opposed? I see a few in opposition. Report from the auditorium.
No opposition.
Report from the band room.
No opposition.
In that case, as a majority vote, the motion carries with 2 in opposition. Article 27 passes. With that, I'll entertain a motion from Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that we dissolve the 2020 annual town meeting.
We have acted on every item before us. It is now our duty to dissolve the town meeting unless we want to stay in the heat. All those who are in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion, please raise your voting slip. All those opposed? Unanimous in the gym. How's the report in the auditorium?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Bandram?
Unanimous.
I hereby declare the 2020 annual town meeting dissolved. Again, please try to keep your distance, and thank you for your patience. And hopefully you get some rest and get some cool air somewhere. Thank you very much.